Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
And how are we doing, everybody out there? Hope everybody's not suffered, I guess, the New Year festivities, I guess, as far as that goes. It's been a while. Good couple solid weeks, or whatever. We haven't had any Spline Design Studios Saturday going on. But, brand new year. Starting fresh, I guess, as far as with some brand new episodes of Spline Design Studios Saturday in this new year. Welcome, everybody. Hope your Saturday is going well. Still getting some last minute things, loaded up. Got the track loaded up there. Got plenty of things to show on that. Getting that in just a second. Turn the audios down here just a tad. Feel like I'm kind of yelling over that. There we go. Using that royalty-free music selections, I guess, from Techno Axe's YouTube channel. Fantastic. Just sent the file in Discord. I don't even have that open. I got just enough time to get things loaded up here. Why did that stop? Oh, that's the one. Let's try this one. I did notice, Torch, there were some things that were exactly the same as I already had from the stuff you sent me. I wasn't sure if that was intentional or maybe it was just the wrong updates. So I did not replace those because obviously they were the same date and such. But I did get the ones. Let me see here. Well, I'm going to go over, I guess, as far as what is brand new. So, lots of stuff that's brand new, as far as that's added to the track. Mostly just library things, markers, things like that. Updates to the signage and infield buildings, just to name a couple. But yeah, there were some things that were exactly the same as what I already had, so I didn't bother to bring those into the track. It was just like, so I don't know if that was by mistake, but obviously we got plenty of stuff here. I did notice with one of the trucks, I did not have the 3DO for it, but there was the MIP. So that was one thing I did notice, I guess, with that. There may have been some changes. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like when the stuff that I got from you, when I tried to go put it into the track folder, they were exactly the same date and whatever from that. So I just figured if there were changes, I guess, to those actual files, I didn't get the updated version of it. I guess if that makes sense. So for example, the truck NAS was exactly the same date as the one I already had. That was just, kind of summarized, I guess, as far as amongst those that were the same. There were a couple other ones too, and it's just like they didn't get applied, I guess, as far as to the updates. So well, like I said, we got plenty of stuff here. In any case, yeah, truck 99. Yep, that was one of them that was in the list here. I didn't have the 3DO, but I did have the MIP. From a previous deal there. That was the only truck that yeah, and I did notice that actually populated here in the track. So I did have that briefly up here. So this truck 99, we didn't have this in the track here previously. Based on just the 3DO. I had the MIP, but not the 3DO, so I'm assuming that just got applied properly in this last PTF save. One of the things I did notice that was brand new in here, and I wanted to check this out. You put some markers. So we already put the caution lights in here. previous stream. These markers, these little bad boys. Yep, so these are new. And also, what was this, this deal? This little advert sign here. Yeah, so this thing, I am assuming, at least anyway, relates to... Oops, that's not the one I wanted. Yeah, I was debating whether or not I have anything to really, you know, create, I guess, as far as modeling-wise. Couldn't really think of anything off the bat, because there was plenty of new stuff in here that... Let's see. Yeah, what was that was new in here? So you got the markers. And then this fence advert sign, I'm assuming that's what that is there, yeah. Let me open this up in 3D Cinema just to kind of compare. Okay, that must be using textures that are already... Okay, so that... Okay, this is making sense. So we're going to be taking a look at the textures that are replaced. Obviously in here we only have the new object here, but it's using an already existing texture. In fact, we can take a look at what texture that's being used. Oops. Wrong program. Notepad. Notepad is just fine. So we are using signage. So signage is being used for that. Let's take a look at that signage anyway. We're going to open up, this is the new one. Oh, you didn't know if I had it? Yeah, I definitely did have it. So that should be good. So this signage texture map here, we want to take a look at that. Actually, I want to look at the... Let's open up the new one. That is going to be... Here. Signage. Let's take a look and see what's going on here. Alright, right off the bat, I can tell... The magenta is removed. Not that this had a transparency in it in the first place. Yep, you can see some items have been added. You can already tell right off the bat. We're going to take a look at the original texture. Let's open that up. So that, we can go to our track edit folder. Let's see what we got here. Wrong folder. Hard to believe it's already been about a year to date, I guess, as far as since the start of this build has been continued, I guess, if anything. And that's obviously come a very, 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 very long way. Okay. Signage. So we're going to look at the original texture. Wait a minute, so what did I do? Did I not save? I bet you didn't. Son of a gun. I don't think it did, because I think the one that I've got loaded... So I goofed it. I sure dang did, so I forgot to... Dang nabbit. Yeah, I did. I just totally goofed it. So I already overwrote that. Yep, sure did. Okay, well, what we can do, I'm going to go back to a previous folder prior to this update. Yeah, I totally goofed it on that one. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to go back to... Now it's just a matter of finding the folder. Let's see here. One place I might be able to go get it. Okay, I think I might have another idea. I got all kinds of ideas. Don't know where it's going to take us today, but I got plenty of ideas. Let's see here. I'm going to go here. . This one, I don't think I have updated yet. Yeah, so that does have the signage in there. So I'm going to try and grab it from here and see what we got. This might not be the one previous, I guess the one that we have now, but it should be pretty close. Let's see here. I may have already updated this one too. Let me take a look. I do know in our game track directory we already did, but this is kind of a backup of the game directory. Okay. Let's see. Okay, medium. Let's see what we got in here. Signage. This one here. So this one might be super duper old, but you can kind of get an idea of the way it used to be, which had the magenta. That stood out to me immediately, I guess, as far as what's been different. So the other things that have been updated since last, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get these both in here. So the billboard should be fine. One thing right off the bat that I already pointed out is these markers. That's been added in this area. I don't know if I'm able to get these both in here. These are pretty big images. Let's see here. So yeah, these here have been added to the new image. Oh my goodness, these things are so big. Get these both in the picture here. Alright, so yeah, as you can see in the original texture, we did not have those in there. Gotta keep going back and forth here. These are really big images, but it covers a lot of ground. Yeah, so that's been added to the new image. So other than the magenta being spanked out of it, I'm not sure what else has been done to it, besides adding the markers to it. And I'm assuming, since we've already come to the conclusion these new advert signs are reading from in here as well. Let's go back to the camera. These things here are actually reading from this texture I just got loaded here. So that's from this file. So I'm assuming that is being read by this part. Let's see if that's a brand new piece. Oh, so this one did originally have transparency in it, so that's been removed. We don't need that. Yep, so in this area, God, it's hard to get these both in this. Keep going back and forth there. Alright, so in this one, we have this added on this end. So that would be this one right here. So that's been updated in this area from the new texture. So this is the old texture, new texture. That's what I'm assuming, at least anyway. That's where this sign, based on what I can see, and you know, without actually looking at the UV unwrap, that's what I can see on here. So that's pretty cool. That's good unit. It's a very cool optimization, I guess, of such a large texture. Covers a lot of real estate between the billboards and other signages around the track, hence the name of the texture's signage. So we got these markers in here now. We got the restart zone. That's all been established previously. So the little brackets, I guess, for it in here would be modeled in here somewhere as well. Pretty cool. Yeah, these are amongst the things that I was considering, I guess, as far as to create. These obviously later been done, which is, yeah, pretty cool. So as far as from a modeling standpoint today, not really sure. I had given a little bit of a thought as far as creating animated frames for the big hoss. Might actually go over that. I know still haven't been able to come up with a decent and reasonable process, I guess, for the animated flags here. I know these are wonky. As you can tell, those are backwards on the one side. So it just needs to be remapped, but the whole thing would have to be redone in order to accomplish that. So at some point, there will be a stream, I guess, as far as to cover that. Not this stream, though. I want to be able to... It's a very unique, scientific and artistic approach, I guess, as far as to create an organically waving flag, as far as to get that to look right. And unfortunately, we don't have the original starting scene, I guess, as far as to be able to build that. That would have to be recreated. Okay. Oh, why did that playlist stop? Keep going. There we go. Techno acts, royalty-free music on YouTube. You gotta like it. Yeah. Alright, so that is the first image, anyway, that has been updated since we've seen it last. Some pretty mild changes, but, you know, pretty astounding ones as well at the same time. So we're going to go ahead and close that one out. That is a very, very large texture. For sure. So I'll probably have to do the same thing with this infield buildings. I don't know if I had this one in here in a second. Don't think that one is in. Let's point to that. Okay. I just feel so underprepared, I'm telling you. Alright, so go here. Here. I want to open up the new texture first. See if anything stands out to me. So, infield buildings. Okay, so there's that texture. And just as the name of the texture commands, it's mostly like the garages. You got the Sunoco fuel station, things like that. Something that stands out to me right away, I think these have been added. That looks new. Okay, so let's see if we can load up the original. I think I'm gonna have to find that in the folder. Yeah, because I don't have that in here. This folder here doesn't have everything in here. So like I said, it's kind of a backup of a backup of the in-game track folder stuff. And it doesn't necessarily have it completely up to date. So, don't want to get to that yet. Alright, where is my... Right here. So, I need to go to a previous folder where we acquired the infield buildings. Islands onto here for the backstretch. Okay, so my notions were correct that these were new. I wanted to open up the previous texture just to see what was going on with that, yeah. Kind of figured that was probably new. Let's see here. So the infield buildings, and I gotta go back a ways, probably not sure when that was added. It's gonna take me a second. Oh, I know what I can do. Hold on. Just figure something out. So that 3DO. I can't believe I did that as far as to overwrite that without such a dummy. So there's infield building. So that one we put in 12.4. Okay. Take a look at that real quick. 12.4. So yeah, handy dandy little folders here. Okay, so this is when we acquired infield building. So here's the original texture before the changes. Here's the new one. Okay, so I gotta go to my 12.4 folder. You know, as I go through these, I can see like how much changes have been done in a relatively short period of time. So we need to open up this original texture. Here, this is before the changes. Here's before, and just as Torch has pointed out, and my theory was correct. So these have been added, and as Torch has mentioned, that those are supports on the backstretch, no pylons. We'll take a look at that. Oop, I don't know why that did that. It's got that. Kind of hate when it does that. Kind of any aliases there. So is that the only thing that's been added to this texture here as far as the infield buildings? Is these little pylons? Only thing I can notice here. Go over there into the track and take a look here. Where the motorhomes are. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, you haven't actually made them yet. So that's where they're gonna go. Gotcha. So you're just making preliminary changes, I guess, to that's fair. Okay, so they will go, I'm assuming, along here somewhere. Guess we'll have to see that next time. So you're just making preliminary changes, I guess, to, whoops, go to limit 2. Preliminary changes, I guess, to put those into position until you do they're necessary to use them. Okay. Well, we do have some very obvious physical changes, I guess, as far as the markers on the fence, which are obviously here in turn 3, going into turn 3 as well. So you got the 3, 2, 1, and then the advert marker right there. So this is in turn 3, and we also have those in turn 1. So the other things that do stand out to me are tents, as I did notice that as a thing in our folder. Let's see, let's go back to that. Go to current folder. So we do have some tents in here. Those are brand new. So just adding a little bit more livery to the infield area. Something, okay, so I've already just thought of something even as I do this. We're gonna need some lights in this bad boy. So at least the fixtures need lights. So as far as interior lights as well as exterior pole lights, that might be something pretty good to go over stream here. You farting at me. Need some good tow trucks and tow trucks. I don't know about fire trucks, but we got the yeah, the tow trucks. I guess we do have the ones that we've put in the SPP premium tracks, for example. It's the only one I can think of right off the top. So there's an option. But also, what I was thinking of is the lights, the light fixtures. So there definitely needs to be, if nothing else, some light fixtures, I guess, applied to that. Oh, we got another advert right here. Nice. Cool. Light fixtures. So you can see the shadowing here for where the light fixtures would be applied. So those give us a pretty good indication of how those need to be placed. Now, the way I would probably go about this, the way I would go about it, and it would be somewhat tedious, but much just like the foam, I would put these, you know, make them an individual structure, fixture, and then place them individually. And then if you so decided to, you could put them in a group if you wanted to conform, say, to a particular end of the track. Typically, the way I've done them for other tracks is just to leave them all independent so you can adjust those independently. Then the track thing itself, so that could be an option. Hold 1 second. Folks, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about the intrusion there, folks. I love the holiday seasons. You got solicitors, I guess, going door to door, I guess, as far as that. No, thank you. Thank you, come again. Yeah, it does need lights. So that's something I was thinking of. And, you know, as I was panning around against the infield here, that's what gives me somewhat of an idea. So I do have some options there, I guess, as far as for lights. I don't know if I got any in. Hold on a second. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Don't think I do. Nope. But I could probably acquire some pretty expediently. Yep. So I think I could do that. That could be an option. So I tend to leave, you know, the light fixtures are obviously going to be like generic. So it's not going to be the brand name of the lights aren't specific to the track. They usually tend to be Muscos or Muscos, however you want to pronounce them. So that could be something we can go over during stream today, but just continue, I guess, as far as what else is in the infield here. So we got these tents. That's what's the thing I was. These tents are kind of all over the place. We got some additional cars, you know, kind of populated in here. So we got the camper groups that was already put into previous stream. Got these car groups. Some very nice. So the only new new hauler that I guess we didn't have from last time is this number 99. Most of all the other haulers that are in there are already from the previous stream. It has been a couple weeks though, I'm telling you. It's coming along pretty darn well. So I don't know if they do put a whole heck of a lot down on this end. So we do have some car groups down over here. I did notice also as I was panning around here, there are some items. The tent. Where did I see that now? Kind of all over the place, but these are kind of neat. I guess as far as Torch's creation there, I guess as far as with that. So we do have the ambulance. That's very important. Got a little safety truck. I'm just going to look through here to see if we got any adjustments that need to be made to these here. Yeah. These camper groups here, for anybody that is interested, they are available over at the Spline Design Studios website, and they can be used to replace the default camper groups that read from the shared folder of the sim, or they can be applied in a track builder, as far as in a custom placement fashion. Either way, very versatile in that fashion. Created those a while back. The fact that they are still very, very, very much useful. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any adjustments. Just panning around here to see if got any floating items or anything like that. Oh, maybe here a little bit. Not too bad. See a little air between that, but it's not critical. No other gaps or anything like that. Yeah, so the amount of detail you would see on these campers, like say from a camera's perspective, is how these have been designed. It's not like you'd be right up on top of these things, I guess, to see the low poly nature, I guess, as far as these campers. Yeah, these are looking pretty good. Really dig how this tunnel's been done. That's kind of really neat. It even lines up with the ground texture as far as the infield. Yeah, I'm not noticing. Yeah, it's looking good. Fantastic. So, yeah, I think one of two things I guess we could go over today, and I'm still kind of really. They both would need to be done. Obviously, at this point, I'm almost thinking what I'll go over this week is how to do the animated frames for the big hoss, so we can update those, I guess, to the current track layout. I think there's enough in the track at this point, as far as static items that could be used here. So my approach to this would probably be much the same as what we see on here. So it would basically try to get a lap around the track, you know, to get different perspectives of that. But what I would also require is to reduce some camera angles. So I think focusing on applying some camera angles and you know, getting those set up right so we can have some decent screenshots, I guess, as far as to be able to apply to our animated frames. So these are 100% dated, I guess, as far as from the 2015 build. And obviously there's a lot of stuff in here that doesn't comply, I guess, as far as what we see on the actual track. So yeah, so coming in, how we doing? We're not tired of squealing yet, but we'll be pretty soon. So I think that is what we're going to focus on today in stream. Still quite a bit to do, like I said, as far as those animated flags, I guess, as far as my victory lane. At some point, get some light fixtures in here that'll have the option, I guess, to be able to swap those out for either light emissive or just static. I think we'll go over that in another stream. That's what I'm thinking here. I just need to look and see if I do have my camera jig, and if nothing else, this might be a good way, I guess, as far as to show everybody, I guess, as far as where you can acquire that camera jig. It's freely available on the Spline Design Studio website as well. So, shameless plug, I guess, as far as for the Spline Design Studios website. Let's do this here. It's in a new tab. New window. Alright, let's go ahead and load up the Spline Design Studios website. Here we go. So we got the Spline Design Studios website. And in here, we can download camera jig. About a half an hour. Okay. That's fair. I think in the meantime, we go over, yeah, just make sure this is loaded. So I don't remember if I did change this, so this is better be a good test here to see if I did apply. Go to utilities for under 2003, and here's the camera jig right here, and it allows you to download it like thusly. We're gonna go ahead and download that. I do have that on my PC, but just to kind of show just how simple this is. So we should have this on our desktop. Let's go ahead and open this in a new window. And right on our desktop here, we got this bad boy. So we're gonna extract that. It's already in its own folder, so you can just extract even right to your desktop. That spits it over right here. And in this, it gives you a little bit of README. There's also a link to a YouTube video. It kind of gives a little bit of explanation. I'm going to be using it live here, so it'll cover a lot of what this YouTube video does cover, I guess, as far as how to use this camera jig. So yeah, we'll be able to apply this right to the track, and we can put multiple instances of this in and around the track, so that we can get appropriate camera positions. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do, copy this into our track edit folder. Right here. And just like such other jigs as like the pit stall jig, works much the same way. You got a physical model to be able to put into place and be able to get coordinates for you know, to apply to, in this case, the cameras, the cam files. So we'll go ahead and paste that. And where to put our camera jig? Whoop, I got lost in the mixer. So here it is right here. And just to load it up here in 3D SimEd, just to give you an idea what it looks like. I'm going to load it up in Sandbox. This little guy, you put this into place. and it gives you some more of a visual as far as which way it's pointing based on the pivot position. As far as the top down, it gives you something to be able to put the cursor on, to be able to get the center point of that, and so on. It'll make more sense once I get it in the track and we start applying coordinates, I guess, to these cameras. So let's take a look. Let's close that out. Let's apply this to our track. So we're going to go, since it is a model, we'll have to go into object placement view. And to get the coordinates, we'll primarily be using the geometry view, I guess, as far as to get the coordinates, because you need to use the D-lat, as far as how far from the center line, and the D-long, which is like, how far from the start-finish line in the counterclockwise rotation type of thing. Absolutely. Brand new year. Brand new episodes of Spline Design Studios here on the channel. We haven't had a few episodes here. A couple at least, anyway. Just scripting the last 20 sections of the grand. Oh, cool. Some of the grandstands. I have seen the pictures of that. I'm kind of reserving, I guess, to load up Discord for now because I know it's been blowing up in my ear. Lots of notifications going on, the Happy New Year's and all that stuff, so I tend to keep it closed down, at least for now. If nothing else, I will check that out post-stream. Yeah, the Discord was just pinging like crazy. I guess everybody, the Happy New Year wishes and yada yada. It's just like, okay, enough. It gets kind of a little bit much, I guess, as far as after a while. Alright, so we do have our camera jig in here. So from our drop down, should have it in here, should be relatively alphabetical. Let's see here. So the car parks, that's a new item. We did see some of those in place. Those are new. But caution lights. What did I do with that camera jig? Did I add it? Maybe I didn't add it yet. I didn't. I did not add it yet. So I switched over to the object view, but I didn't add it yet. So what we're going to do is go ahead and add it. And there's our jig. It's going to put it way over here. Zoom in on that bad boy. Just a little guy, but there we go. Zoom way in on that. So we don't have really a focus feature like in some programs like Giants Editor. We don't have a means to be able to select, and there is an option in here, I guess, as far as the zoom to selection. But that's not for this view, it's only for the camera. So it kind of tends to focus in the direction of where it's at. So that's kind of the closest that we have to zooming to a selection. Not necessarily the same fashion, I guess, as far as it would be like in something like Giants Editor. But at least gives you an idea of where the bounding box is for that, because it'll be highlighted because it's selected, and you do the zoom selected, it'll point in this camera view it in that direction. That's the closest. So we're going to put this. I think I'm going to start putting this around the start-finish line. Let's drag this over here. Being very careful to make sure that I'm still selecting that. I don't want to select anything else and then move that inadvertently. There is no undo in Sandbox. So if I tend to select something and move something out of place, good chance I might have to just close this out and reopen it. Alright, so we're going to put this guy right around here for the time being. Now we're going to raise it up. And just to show you how that zoom to selected is, I still have it selected. If I do zoom to selected, see it kind of points in the direction of where it is. But it doesn't put it like, close to it, if you will. So it just gives you an idea of where to look for it. It's a nice little feature. It's just not as nice as like Giants Editor, where it'll put it like more like right on top of it when you do focus on it. Okay. raise this thing up. Fixed. So that'll be on the Z. We don't have any Z to apply to that. That's too high. Let's try about 7. That looks about right. Alrighty then. Now, that'll at least give us, you know, a general idea, I guess, as far as where we want to put this. So now what we need to do, we'll need to open up, that's for the camera jig. We don't need that anymore. We already got it in here. I'm going to point to N4 cam. This is what I like to use. Is this the one? No, this is not the one. Where's my cam edit? It's in here. Just gotta remember what I did with my cam edit. Just a second. Cam edit. Here we go. There's our cam. This is what I like to use for doing these types of things. So what I do is bring the cam file from our track edit folder right into this cam edit folder, and we can point to that and actually open it up so that we can read what's going on with it. Our cam file should be down here. I got another PTF in here. I guess we don't need. Oh, what is this dated from? So this is from, well, not too long ago. Clean pipes. Okay, cool. That was from a previous thing. Cam file. Where's my cam file? Hello, cam file. Where are you at? Texas. Gotta be in here somewhere. Probably looking right at it too. Wait, did I not have it in here? Good grief. I know we got camera files. Hello. In most cases, your cam file is going to be named the same as track folder. You do not have it in the track edit folder. Okay. Alright, no problem then. So what I'll do is I'll grab this over from our game track directory. Un momento. We'll get this squared away. Fire all that from here. I've got this going on the other monitor. We'll be able to see this. On the upside, almost everything is set at 0. Right. That is a fact. Alright, so check. I don't know why that fell down. Alright, here's our cam file. So I need to copy this. Bring that over to desktop over here. I'm going to put that right in that cam edit folder. Here. Yep. Awesome. Alright, so all I did was just move that cam file over from our game track directory into our cam edit folder. Now what we can do is we can open this cam edit, point to that file, right there. So this is going to tell us when we, this is normal as far as when you run it. It runs temp cams here. This will go away once we close the program. So that is normal, I guess, for do that for anybody that hasn't used the cam editor utility. So what this does, you can go into any one of these TV cams, and these have positions here. So like, for example, this one's at 363, roughly 363 meters from the start finish line in cam 1. So we can apply now that we have something physical here in our track, we can put that in that position. So for example, and all these coordinates here are in meters, so we can plug that in here, take this value, copy it, and paste it in here. Now, primarily, because this is in counterclockwise position here, this value here should correlate with the X, which is in this direction. Y would be this direction. We'll just see what happens here. So if we put this here, it should put it over towards turn 1. See how we did here. Nope, it put it that way. So, got it. We will have to apply probably a negative value to this. Let's see what I put here. 363. Wait, that is interesting. So, did I leave the negative value on it? Probably did. I did not. That is interesting. Typically, what should you be able to do, like I said, depending on the direction of the track, so the fact that it's counterclockwise. I did not go forward though. In any case, you can see what happened there. So from where we had it, to put it over this way by putting that value in there. So all right, let me do this then. I'm gonna humor myself. So we're gonna take this camera jig. Oh crap! Put this over here. Gotta be careful. I'm gonna put it over here. So this value that is in here means it's 363 meters. So another approach I can take to this is using the linear guide. And I've shown this before in other track builds. So we're gonna get our linear guide. And we're gonna do it this way. So this should populate in the center of the track. That should be, whoops, we got to be in geometry view to be able to do anything with it. Okay, so linear guide should be right here. Whenever you initially load in the linear guide in geometry view, as far as in a new sandbox session, it's always going to be center of the track. Alright, so from the start finish line, which is right here, 363.45 meters. So we're going to set our linear guide to that same value. Okay, so it's pretty deep into turn 1. Okay, no problems. 360. Right about there. So from the start finish line, it's roughly about that far from that there. So, alright, we'll go back to object view. So our linear guide will remain, which makes it really nice. Uh-oh. We can get our camera. This one makes it nicer too, because you can actually see, you know, with the colors that are applied to the camera jig. It makes it pretty easy to be able to see it and maneuver it around in this fashion, even if you only see the bounding box like that. We're going to put this roughly in this position here. Raise it up a little bit. Alright, so let's get it to where we can actually still see the actual camera jig. Alright, how high are we there? Now, a lot of these positions will come into play as far as how high the camera is, and so on. Okay. So that's about where this this camera is located. We still need to set the distance from from the center line. So that's basically the Y. Okay. So in this case, we are minus 7.38 roughly. So we can take our linear guide from there. Now that we got this into position. Okay, so we'll go back to geometry view so we can manipulate our linear guide. This guy for the center. We're gonna close this up here. Minus 7. Oops. Okay. Now, center line means this purple line. This is the center line right here. So it's minus 7.38 from that. So we can just bring, now we don't need to go by negative, I guess, as far as in there, but it is 7.38. So we make this 7.38. So a negative value means it's this way. It's on the right side of the center line. Positive number will be on the left side of the center line. In this case. We're going to set this on the center line and go out 7.38 meters. Right about like that. So it's just on the outside of this wall here. Okay. About right on the outside of the wall here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back to object view. That guy over here. Now the rotations, unless you're making a fixed camera for this, doesn't really matter. But it does give you an idea at this point. How high is this guy? So it's also at 10.8 feet. 10.8. Well, we'll just say 10.85 meters up in the air. So it's got a height of, and that'll become critical too as far as how high it is. You know, so as far as if it clips into the fence or whatever. In this case, it will not. Usually anything over 10 meters is going to be above the fence. Okay. Whoops, I don't want max. Okay, gummit. Okay. Let's go back to our camera view here. Now we can see where it's at. Now we're going to raise this thing up as far as the object goes. Right now, it's at 9 meters. So we're going to go 10.85. Interesting. So that's only at that high. Yep, so this elevation here, that's 10.84. This is how high this camera is at this level. Might have to change that. And this one, in this position here, it is a turning camera. So as the cars goes by, it basically pans as it focuses on a car, and then zoom. It doesn't necessarily zoom, but it'll follow that car. As far as this kind of camera, as opposed to a fixed camera, where it'll just stay in a particular rotation, just stay fixed on that for a certain duration of time. That's where this takeover value does come into play for that. We'll look at that here in a second. So I'm trying to recall. We've seen the camera angles in the game. I don't ever remember this being that low, TV camera, but you kind of get the idea with the way this one's set. This is what we'd be looking at from this view. So even as we pan this little guy around, see if I can get these both in the picture here. Oh, this is gonna be. All right, let's do it right from this. So we can rotate it from our object properties here. So we can rotate this, for example, on the Z like this. Then we can pan this around. So this is what the camera will be looking at as the cars go by. So we can kind of line up with this guy. So from, say, coming into the corner, so you might not have this exactly. It might be, we'll have to observe in the game as far as to see like that. But what's really nice about this jig is you can place multiple instances of these cameras. You don't have to just keep moving this one around. That's what makes it very versatile, I guess, as far as to place several of these around the track to get an idea of where all your cameras are. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave that one there for now. Let's go on to the next camera. So these are all under TV 1. So these are all one set of cameras. So there's 5 of them in here, and there's 5 of them in TV 2. And I think in TV 2 we do have some fixed cameras. Yeah, like this one. So that one stays static in that position. I don't think there's any fixed ones in TV 1 that I remember. No, so there are no fixed cameras in TV 1. So in this position here for the fixed camera, I'll go into the TV 2 set and put it in this position and see what that's looking at. So that gives you a general idea at first here how to set a camera jig to that. So let's look and see. I'm going to bring in another instance of this jig and put it in that position here. So I can already know, based on the distance from start to finish, by 1073, so that's going to be somewhere on the back stretch. So it's going to be somewhere in this area. So what I'm going to do is go to Geometry View. Oh, actually I need to stand here and bring in another instance of the camera. Get ahead of myself. Go to Camera Jig. Just give you a really good idea as far as how versatile this thing is. So let's select that. Bring it over here. So I'm taking a guesstimate here. 1073 is roughly about in this area. And the distance from center line is minus 2.14. So that's going to be like right on the wall, basically. So the elevation to it, basically 2.54. We'll go ahead and raise the elevation on that. Go into our properties, and just to fix, go to 2.54. Okay. Not seeing it there. Hold on a second. I think the height on this one here might be a little bit different. Okay. Might have to play around with the Z, it looks looking like so far. I know that camera even in turn 1, that's not right. We're going to raise this up more. Yeah, it is interesting. I think the way this track is oriented, because it's not on a zero plane necessary as far as the heights go, that might be what's working against us here. We'll work with it. So we got, let's go 10. Typically, I was hoping maybe to use these exact direct values from our object placement here and plug that into our cam edit. Okay, so we need to bring this down. 8. Try to put that. And then we are how far from the center line? 1.14. Okay. Let's get our linear guide. I keep thinking I'm in Giants Editor. Keep using those buttons. That's not how that works. Alright, so we need to grab our linear guide, go to Geometry View. We only have one linear guide to work with, so once we do use that in one area, we'll be able to grab it in Geometry View. Just first put it in another area. Can't populate multiple linear guides, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to get down to the bottom as far as some of these values that we're applying to the jig. Alright, so how close did I get to... So we're at 1017. That wasn't too far off. We needed to be at 1073. Yeah. I'm not too far off, I guess, as far as my guesstimate of where this camera is located. So I'm going to go up a little bit more. Okay, grab this guy. And I'm gonna, for this case here, I'm just gonna flip back and forth between geometry and object view. And 34, so a little bit further up, back stretch. Might be about the middle of the back stretch, now that I think of it now. But this is how this guy becomes very nice, because of the colors that are applied to. It's got this dot on here. I can get the coordinate of that. That's at 1063, so only a little bit further up. Yeah, so it's about the middle of the backstretch. Oh, maybe too far. $10.70, maybe a little bit closer. Maybe about right about near this pole. And 71, so must be on the other side of the pole. Okay. Right about there, so it's about on this side of the pole there. So that's this value that I'm going by there. And then we're 2.14 from the center line, so that's 2.14 meters from the center line. So it's basically going to put it on the wall. Basically on the wall. So we don't really need the linear guide. We can see our reference here for the center line. And we more or less want to put this right on the wall. So what we'll do, we'll center this right over the wall like so. And then give it a good spin. This is a fixed camera. Okay. Now we can't really get any values off of this because now we can convert these degrees into radians. That's a much more finite unit of measure, I guess, as far as 4, and that's what these values as far as the direction. If we converted this into radians, it should be about that. And there's a conversion for that, so I'm gonna bring up that screen. Let's go ahead and go to the site. Let's bring that up there. So we want to convert degrees to radians. Alright, so this is the little tool that we use here. So we can put in 106 degrees. Whoops, my bad. 106. So this is saying we need to be at about 1.85 radians. So we currently have it set to 2.719. I'm going to leave it right there for now. We can always adjust this later. But this is a fixed camera, so it stays in this direction that's applied here. I'm going to leave all these inclinations and angle of vision, so on, and that right the way it is. So 2.5 elevation. I'm not going to change any of that. So we're just going to get an idea. So I don't know what is with the elevation. The only thing I can think of with that, why those don't match, is because the way the track was built, in this, you know, with the LiDAR and all that stuff, it's not based on a zero plane. So it's kind of lower than 0 to start, if that makes sense. So that's how it's going to throw off the Z in this case here. But that seems about the only thing that might throw us off. Okay, so let's go to camera view. Now we can see at least where we got this thing placed. I'm bringing it down a little bit on the Z. Put it up on the wall. Okay, so let's put it at 7 meters. Right about there. Alright, so if I set, you can go backwards on this too. I want to get an idea of what direction this thing is pointed. So I can go back to this deal here and put in that, what is that value? this value right here. Copy that. And we can go the other way with it too. So that'll give us how many degrees. 155.806. So we can take this same value, copy that, and put that into our object properties. Now we won't be able to necessarily draw it out that many decimals, so I'm going to go 1.55.80. Type this in here manually. And this is going to be a negative value, I believe. 155.80. Where does it put us there? Okay. So maybe not a minus. Let's try it. Positive value. Not a perfect science on that. So again, the orientation of the track, this might be what was throwing that off there. So I'm going to put this about where I want to put it. Try this out. So we're going to rotate this. This is giving me an idea of what we might have to finagle, I guess, as far as to get it to cooperate with us here. So we want it to point this way. On the wall. Let's see. Ooh, stream burped there a little bit. Yeah, when you spend hours in GE, that's for sure. Yeah, so knows. Yeah, so knows. Okay, and I did. I spent quite a bit of time. Quite a bit of time in Giant Editor within the last couple days. Trying to figure out some things in Farm Sim, I guess, as far as for the map build. That is Dairyland. Alright, so this one's at... Oh. My object value, so 112. Negative. Let's check this out. So let's go here. If we put 112 in here. 1.95 Radians. Alright, let's see what this gives us. So if that's at 2.719, so my test number there, I guess, as far as, let me see what happens if I put a negative value on this as out of curiosity. So a negative 112. So it's a negative 19. Okay. So I wasn't sure if that's what 112. So I did a 2.73, 2.719. That was the 155. That put us in basically an opposite direction. 155.78. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what I got to do for this one here. I think it'd be a backwards value, in other words. Alright, so if we apply 155, that points it that way. And it was 155.78. That's not really gonna make that much difference. So if we wanted to get it to go the other way, wouldn't be negative. We already tried negative. Nope, that's still not quite enough. Whoops, playlist stopped. Yes, please. Okay. So at this point, all I'm trying to figure out is how much it's throwing it off, I guess, as far as being able to put this value that it was currently set at in this position. I can apply that to my jig here. Because obviously putting that same value is not putting it, it's not facing it in the direction that I want it to be. So I'm basically just trying to figure how much it's actually throwing it off because of the orientation of our track in a counterclockwise orientation here. It seems to kind of be putting it opposite, so I might have to do like a minus 180 from whatever value that I get. So the fact that I got a 155 for this value, if I subtract 180 from that, I should get as close. I'll try that. So let's do some calculation here. Do a little bit of math. So we'll do 180. Subtract the 155. 78. 24.22. Alright, let's see what that gives. Go into our object. 24.22. Okay, would that be a minus? That's still not right. Okay. Basically, I'm using a 180 to say whatever position that I that I plug in for what's already in here, as I'm going by what's already in here, for example, just to kind of get a baseline, because as far as how much I need to rotate it, because obviously it's off. If I put this value in here, get the radians, and apply that to our physical object, that doesn't line up. It's not pointed in the direction that I want it to be. So it might not be exactly 180 degrees in the wrong direction. Okay. But hopefully it does give somewhat of an idea of how versatile this tool can be as far as having a visual to be able to place the camera. What about 104? So that from 180. Let's try this value. So we do 180, subtract 104, 76 degrees. Okay. So if we try 76 degrees, that's the wrong direction. So if we do a minus 76. We're getting closer. Okay, so that would maybe need to be 95. Minus 95. So if we do 95 here, 1.65 radians. That is just not adding up here. Okay, hold on. So this 2.7. So we already know what it looks like in the game. So if nothing else, we might have to observe what direction it actually is in the game, and then see this, because this value wasn't too far off. I think it was just the positioning of it, as far as too close or too out there, I guess, as far as the middle of the track type of thing. So we might only have to adjust the center line. Yeah, the fact that it's this much off, I guess, as far as when I try to put the radians, that's, if anything, I want to make it clear, this direction here is not based on degrees. This is radians. Much more finite unit of measure, I guess, as far as for rotation and specific. Not degrees, radians. Just out of curiosity too, I want to go back to this other camera. I'm going to humor myself, kind of in a funny way too. I want to go back to this camera. Let's see if we consider this a fixed camera, just for a moment. Box view. We're gonna Pan over to that one. Yeah, nothing on all of them. 59 injected, so that's cool. Is that on the shot? Yeah, get it boozed up. That was the risk, okay. 32 on the shot, nice. Yeah, 2 for 3. Yep, see that. Alright, so just for a moment here, we're gonna assume we're gonna make this a fixed camera. Cam 1. So this one had 3.39 on the fixed camera. Plug that value in. Basically 3.40. We're gonna plug in those radians. 3.40. That is at 194.80. Huh? Just out of curiosity here. So this one's currently at 194. Yeah, the rotations are really it's really screwy on this. 86. Well, if anything, we'll be able to at least get the camera position. So the only thing that might get mess with us a little bit is the degrees of rotation, as far as for fixed cameras. And oops, yeah, so that is going to mess with us, and our height. As far as our distance from start finish line and from the center line, from the start finish line and the center line should be good. Elevation is going to be a little bit tricky. And again, it all comes down to how the track was built. So it was kind of below zero, if you will, as far as in the infield, if that makes sense. So how much below zero, I guess, as far as I don't 100% remember. So as far as to add that to the Z on the height of these objects for where the cameras would be. But at least we do have a rough idea of where this camera's positioned here based on, say for example, this position. That physical position of where it is roughly right there. As far as how many radians that is, that's a little bit to figure. So we'll have to look and see. So now that we got this roughly in position, we'll be able to look into the game itself and see where we can adjust inner up and down, all that jazz. Okay. Okay. Another one I wanted to position. So that was one of them. Another one, we got a fixed camera out in this direction in TV2. Let's check that one out. That one should be... Yep, I think it's that one right out. One right after the one we just placed here on the back stretch. And this goes back to a turning camera. 2167, which would be probably somewhere around turn 4. So this one that's at 1570. Check this one out. I know that one needs to be moved. So we're going to populate in another camera. And this one I kind of got lost in the mix here, so I'm going to go to my items list here. Kind of lost that one a little bit. Could be alphabetic order. Alright, so we just gotta wait. Should have 3 of them in here, so we'll just click on the one until it lights up. There it is. Now at least we know where it is. We also have that option as far as that zoom to selected, as I was showing earlier. So for example, we'll go like this. Zoom to selected. So you're at least going to point in the direction that it is. Makes it a little bit tougher to see it, but pan over to that. Y'all working your way to get that slots. Yeah, so you can see the bounding box for it. So at least gives you the general direction of where that item is. It's got a pan over there like this. And... Alright, so what we need to do. Grab it like so. This might get a little tricky here. So I know it's about in the middle of turn 3 and 4 here. I think it's just before the billboards, if I remember. In fact, where we want to put it, it's right about where these advertisements are. We got those pieces of foam. Let's see where we're at here. Go this way. We got these guys right here. We want to focus on these right here. So that should be right about where the VIP stands are. We gotta bring it over this way. Definitely need to raise it up. Where'd that? There it is. Okay, maybe a little bit further down. So we're over in this direction. So we're closer to this end of the VIP stands, like so. I'll bring that up. Let's try 9, 10, 11. Okay. Oh, guess we gotta come up a little more. Okay. We'll rotate this one. Now this one will, this will be, yeah, this is a fixed camera, my bad. So initially what I'll probably do is stick with the value that's already in here and see where we can adjust it. It's going to be very minor adjustment, I think, to that. It's not going to be like too extreme. The fact that it's at 314 right now for this fixed camera, probably won't need to change it drastically as far as to get it pointed in the direction that we want it. It's good to have something to go by, I guess, initially, but yeah, the fact that the way the track was built, as far as the height of it, as far as, you know, the Z being lower than 0 at ground level, that's going to affect, I guess, as far as the Z with just a couple that I've placed here so far. So we can't 100% go by what we get on our object and apply that to our actual camera. Same goes with the degrees of rotation, especially on a fixed camera. So we're gonna you know, just work through it here and see what we can come up with here. All right. Zoom in on this. We want to put the camera somewhere about like that. This is going to get a little tricky, but I think it'll be okay. So I'm not going to worry about pitching or rolling in or whatever like that. I'm just going to keep it straight up so we can get a, you know, like a straight shot coming in this corner. Okay, so this is basically what this camera will be looking at. Okay. We want to get the lens, at least anyway, through the fence. What would be the lens. You don't want to be clipping into the fence. That should be pretty close. Alright, we'll have to see how that turns out for us. Now, I can go to geometry view, and then we can point to this and see where we're at distance from start to finish line. Go to geometry view. Wow, let's see if I can move this. I can't even see that. So if I can't see, you all can't see it. It's kind of blending the numbering here, I guess, as far as in red, and it was on a red background. Let's see if I can hand this over enough. There we go. So when we hover over this, at about 1626 from the start finish line. Okay, so we're gonna go 1626. That should be, these values for sure should be still evident. Alright. Hand this up a little bit. And then from the start, from the center line, I should say, we're gotta move our linear guide. I want to say it's probably going to be about 4 meters, but let's take a look here. Oh. Come out from the center line, right over our camera. A little bit more than I thought. 7.27. So let's say 7.25. Round it off. So from the center line, we are a negative. So the fact that if it's on this side of the center line, that's a negative value. If we're on this side of the center line, that's a positive number. This is going to be a negative 7.25. Okay, so we'll do negative 7.25. Okay. And the elevation, we'll leave it at 3 for now. So that's going to be kind of screwing with us right now, fortunately. So we've got it currently, the object is set to 13 meters. So if we apply to 13 meters, that's probably going to be too high. So again, it comes down to, we'll see what we get with this result and leaving it at this elevation. And if it does need to be adjusted, we'll adjust it from there. As well as the Radians, as far as the direction that it's pointed. So that's at least 2 cameras I want to adjust, starters. Now, I don't need to save this track with those camera jigs in there. I can save the cam file, bring the cam file in there, and then while we still got these loaded into our track here in Sandbox, we can adjust them as we observe what these camera positions that we adjusted now fall into play. Alright, so let's go back to camera 3. Okay, so we got this one, we did that one, and then the distance from the center line, which is the 2.14. So now we've got the physical camera here, so as far as like if we see a need for any adjustment as we observe it in the sim, we can point to that and then adjust it accordingly based on what we can visually see here and how we adjust it in our cam edit utility. So the only thing we'll be looking for in the sim at this point is just the these 2 fixed camera points, nothing more. So even though I did put the camera over here just to kind of show where that camera is located for the TV1 cams, we didn't adjust anything to it as far as our cam goes. So what we'll do, I'm going to make a backup of this camera before I save it. I'm going to paste this so I can fall back on it. I'm kind of a creature of habit. I don't like the fact that it just puts copy on it. I like to put different name on the prefix of the file name. I've ran into some situations where, even though it still says copy and it's a separate file, I guess as far as from the original, it still tends to want to read that copy, and it'll mess with that. So I like to change the name of it from the prefix and not on the tail end of the file name. Call me a creature of habit, but that's and so now I can save this cam file in our utility, and this should update here. We want to save over this one. Yes. So that did update. Now we can bring this over to our track folder, and we can test this out. So we're going to copy this over. I'll switch this over in just a second. So I already got a backup of that cam file in our cam edit folder. I can overwrite the one that's in our track edit folder. Or not a track edit, but our game track directory. Completely overwrite that. Fuel beans. Now, let's switch this over. Let's see what we got. Okay, so all I did was, this is our game track directory. Just move that over, that updated cam, and that's what we'll be observing once we go into the sim. Okay, so that said, let's go ahead and load the sim up. Now I've got everything else in here as far as the updates that I showcased as far as what's brand new. So all that stuff is already in here to include this updated cam file. Just in case anybody was wondering. Alright, let's load this up. And initially what I'll do is just go into testing mode. You know, it loads that way. Did not load track, so I'm missing something. What did I miss? Well, that's a bummer. Oh, even in testing mode, it will not load. Did I rename the PTF? Let me double check this here. May not have renamed the PTF. Okay, so let's check it out. Nothing else. I'll have to make sure I got everything that I'm supposed to have. Oh, let's see here. Pretty sure I moved all that stuff over. Maybe I didn't. Well, I'll get this figured out here. Let's see. So we got... I want to keep that open here for a second. Let's go like this. Go ahead and try to add all this stuff back in here if we need to. I had it loaded earlier, so I don't know what changed, but we'll go ahead and reapply. These are all the new items. And go ahead and reapply it, I guess. 32 items. Okay. Let's double check that we did have 32 items there. Well, that's 34 items, so I must have missed 2. Okay, so I must have missed a couple. That only... There's 2 items in there I must have missed, okay. Alright, so the replace, let's double check that. 2 new items there. If I stand corrected, I guess I did not have everything over here already. Okay. Base. 2 items there, sweet. Now we should have everything, hopefully. Actually, one of those items should have been the PTF. I think it was only 1 item actually that I missed. So here's the PTF. Now I'll have to rename that. I'm going to chunk out the PTF that was. Actually, what I'll do is just do a backup instead of chunking it out. Yep. And we need to rename this PTF. It's a new item there. We gotta name it our track folder name. So if nothing else, I know I at least missed one item. What that was, I don't 100% know. But we were missing some stuff. Okay. We're gonna make this right. There we go. Now let's try this again. Should load this time. Still can't load it. What the heck am I missing here? Dadgummit, and it's doing fast. That means it's a PTF issue. What the heck, Chuck? I'm confused. Heck am I missing? Didn't have any new track mat items. I just gotta backtrack and make sure. What did I miss? The fact that the sim itself won't tell you. Nope, I got all that stuff. That's what I'm saying. That's what I just copied over. I got the PTF. Loads and sandbox is fine. That's what it doesn't make any sense. So the only thing that has been done in between streams here is this: there have been some race LPs that have been updated. Those aren't in there, and that's what I was testing on prior to this update. So I know the track loaded from that point. What in the heck? Yep, that's just LPs. Something I'm missing here. Ain't that a bummer? Hold on. I don't know what the heck I'm missing, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, prior to this update here, it was running because I was able to test out the new LPs. What in the hang am I missing here? I'll be dang. I'm confused. Give me a second here, folks. This is kind of weird. Blah, 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 blah. Kind of falling on my face right here at the moment. So just checking my track edit folder to make sure. I know there's additional files in here, like this PTF I don't need. Get rid of that. How many files do I have in here? I got a lot of backups in here I don't need. I'm gonna get rid of a lot of this stuff. Need to do some cleanup in this track edit folder anyway. Let's check that out. How many files I got in here? 558. Wow. This is kind of a little bit embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie, because it worked just fine before. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is, just to confirm this, I'm gonna put previous PTF in here. So I need, that should be from 1211. Okay, this is going back to from the last stream prior to the 2 weeks we had off. So in theory this should work. I'm gonna have to figure out what the heck I'm missing. Copied over all the stuff that's brand new. That's what's really confusing me. Okay, let me move over this PTF from all the way back from the 11th. That's was prior to we had the 2 weeks off. Okay. So I need to go to this one here. That is the last one I got. So I'm going to take this PTF. So, unfortunately, when I load this one up here, it's not going to have all the new stuff applied to it. But I just want to confirm where it went wrong, because if this one doesn't load, then something else is wrong. I'm going to put this in my game track directory. Okay, and I'm going to where's my PTF I just did? Where is it? I'm going to take this one out. This is the new one. That should have all the updated stuff, but apparently that doesn't want to load. For some reason. We need to rename this one for track folder name. This is, like I say, this is going only back to the 11th of December, prior to the 2 weeks we had off. That's what I know it works, because I was able to run the track with the new LPs, tested that out to kind of fine tune, I guess, on the AI. I know that one works. If this one doesn't load in game after I do this, then we got bigger problems. And it could have been something as simple as the way I renamed that PTF. Very possible. Alright, so we're going to try this one out. So, got all this stuff in there, at least that's related to this one going back to the 11th of December. So if this loads, then that's good. But then it's just a matter of figuring out why our new PTF doesn't want to load, with all the new items applied to in regard to that PTF. So, alright, let's go ahead and try to load this one up. So, cross our fingers. This one should load. There we go. If you're following on the channel, you should have that emo. Okay. Testing session. Okay, so this one does load fine. Alright. So again, this is starting fresh. We don't have... So I was able to test it. Now, this doesn't not going to have the new items in there. Make that abundantly clear. But at least we'll be able to test the cameras. What I'll do is go into a single race mode. One single race. Load it up that way so at least we can see the position of that camera. Yep, we'll do, that's fine. We'll just leave it in practice session. So it loads them both in testing and single race for this one. This is an old PTF. It's not populating against the new items in this sense here, but we'll see if we can't figure it out there. It might have been just the way I rename things. It could be. The fact that it went to the could not load like super quick, that's PTF related. So it's either the name of the PTF or a file that I missed related to that PTF. We'll figure that out here in a second. I just want to be able to check these cameras out at least. Okay. Even get some cars going around. Sweet. Now let's switch over to TV camera 2. That's the ones that we edited. And we're going to switch to... There we go. As he comes down the back stretch here, we should be able to get a sense of where that one's at. And now this one we didn't really adjust it, but we put that camera in sandbox to kind of give us an idea. So that's where that one's at. Probably move that further away from the center line. Oh wow, that didn't turn out too bad actually on that one. So that was the second one that we did. That was in turn 3. Wait for him to go back around. So there's the one in... So these are all the TV2 set of cameras. Alright, so as you come down the backstretch, so what we... Yeah, seems like all we need to adjust there is just the center line. So we need to increase how far it is away from the center line. This one, probably the same thing. Yep, so both of those need to come a little bit further from the center line. Yep. Looks like you must have crashed right there. So it's not panning over. So the takeover distances seems to still be good. You don't need to adjust anything on that. Yep, you must have crashed there. I would switch to a different car. There we go. It looks like for the most part, initial adjustment is just how far it is from the center line. We'll have to increase that negative, how far it is from the center line on the negative value. We'll see what happens. Alrighty then, cool. I got enough information off of that then, so I'll go ahead and close this out. We'll see if we can't figure out that issue, I guess, as far as not being able to load that PTF with the new items in a bit. But for now, I just want to... We're just going to fiddle with adjusting these cameras. I'm very sure it's probably something very, very simple. Wait a minute, why did that switch over? Alright, there we go. So I didn't push it. There we go. Oh, I know what I didn't do on my, my bad. Forgot to switch this over, so I still had this set up for Modeling Monday. Hold on a second. Uno momento. I'm gonna switch this over. Oh, I see what I did wrong. I just gotta switch. Oh, there we go. That should work better. All right, now we'll switch it back over. Y'all want to see what's going on in this deal? There we go. Move that over. I'm gonna get back to adjusting that cam. Yes, please. Yeah. How we all doing out there? I know I'm kind of falling flat on my face here. It gets a little bit here, so that little bit of a fumble, I guess, as far as with the track not wanting to load. Okay. We'll get that figured out though. Let's see. Now what I need to do, got some camos. Let's bring up our camera. Cam edit window. There we go. So we're gonna make some adjustments to cam 3. This is the one that's on the backstretch. So I want to increase the distance from center line. So the fact that it's at a -214, I'm gonna go to that physical camera here that we placed down over here. So the fact that it was kind of out more into the middle of the track there, we don't want it there. So actually, let me bring my center line over here. From linear guide, I should say, and line it up with the center line. So that's over here. Who's on fire? Alright, let's see what distance we actually have this camera at. So it's currently at 2.14. Oh yeah, that is way out there. So that would be, yeah, we definitely need to move this one in for sure. So it's roughly that far from the center line. That's why it's putting it out in the middle here. We definitely need to bring that over a little bit. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is just bring it. I don't know if I want it necessarily this far. So what I'm gonna do, so that it doesn't clip into the fence, put it at 6.25. Yep, so we're going to change this value to a -6.25. Get it out of the middle of the track. Alright. Same thing for... We might have to change the pitch on this camera here in turn 3 when we move it from the center line here, but we'll see how it works out. On this camera, we put this at 7.25, I think it was. Yep. So what we want to do is I'm trying to remember how it was. So we need to decrease. That's on this one right here. But we had it at -725. I'm going to move this one in a little bit. This way. So we'll do 6.45. -6.45 from the center line. That's going to move it closer to the center line. And we may need to adjust the pitch. Yeah, the inclination left and right. The inclination up and down is what I'm thinking. That would be the pitch, basically. And the way this one works, it's kind of backwards. So the negative number is up, positive number is down. So for right now, I think what I'll do, so I want to bring it down a little bit, so we want to go positive numbers. So we're going to do 0.1. Something really small. Actually, we'll go 0.2. So that should move it down in its position there. So the fact that I moved it a little bit, I want to move it down so it's pointed more down towards the track type of deal. Ooh, 93 on that. Oh, there's a... Oh, I saw the jackpot. Yeah, so it gets the first jackpot. Very cool. So you got the jackpot and the 96 units of fluid. That's almost a maximum shot. You almost got the whole thing in there. There you go. Earning, supplementing those units of fluids. Yeah. GG's. In fact, we do have the GG's mode out there too. There we go. Alright, so we made the adjustments to those positions of the two cameras as far as on the center line, and a little bit on the inclination up and down on this camera. Go ahead and save that. I'm going to overwrite. And now we just got to move that over. Okay. From our cam edit, let's switch this over. So from our cam edit. Wow, why is that so crappy? Let's go ahead and push that. And it's already over 2 hours. Holy smokes. Time flies. Okay, so in any case, all I need to do is move over our edited cam file, take this, copy that, move it over to our track edit folder. It's already named what it needs to be, so just overwrite. Go back into the sim and observe our adjustments. Okay, so once I get this where we want it to be. Oops, I'm gonna go into single race, my bad. We'll have the AI do the job for us. Alrighty then, so this mode, go to TV2. That's where we've made all our adjustments. Oh, we got a car going around. There we go. Follow this guy. Hey, Daniel Suarez. Alright, let's see how we did on the back stretch. We move that center line closer to the wall. Oh, yeah, that's much better. So it's got a little bit of clip into the fence, so maybe a little bit more. Yeah, just so it doesn't clip into the fence. Nope, I went the wrong way on that one. Okay, so we need to. Yeah, I went the wrong way on this center line. Okay, fair enough. On the turn 3 one. So we had it at a 7.25, so I need to increase that negative value for the center line there. That one's not too bad, so I just need to move it closer out the track so it doesn't clip into the fence. That one I went the wrong way. So it does seem to be moving it up. Interesting, okay. So I might have went the wrong way on the inclination. Up and down. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, so we got enough information to be able to adjust further. So let's go ahead and get out of that. Yoke then. Switch this back over. Get out of that. Alrighty then, so now we know what we need to do. So 725 is what I had this one set at originally. But we need to increase that. We need to go more this way. And then I need to adjust that inclination. So 725, we're going to set this to, let's do about 760. Minus 7.60. And the inclination. Oh, it did exactly what I did. I did put it at a minus, you dummy. Okay, so it did do exactly what I was saying. So I was wondering why it went up. So I for some reason I put a negative 0.10, a negative 0.2, which put it up. So I need to make this a positive value. So just like I said, it's backwards of what you would think. So negative makes it go up on the inclination. Positive makes it go down on the inclination. As far as, so consider either looking up or looking down. Positive for going and looking down. So yeah, for some reason I put a negative value in there. So it kind of messed with my mind there a little bit, as far as, because I want to go down, so down just immediately tends to suggest to go negative value. Not in this case here. Alright, so we increased that one. Now let's go back to 3. And on this one, minus 625, I'm going to put this at a, so we need to go closer into the track, so closer to the center line, so that we have to decrease this value. So let's try a 1.5. Yeah, that one. So go ahead and save that. With those adjustments. Yes, please. And we'll switch this back over. Let me move this over. From our cam edit. Over to our game track. Directory. And overwrite that. Yes, please. We'll load this up. Check out our adjustments. Alright, see how we did. Single race. Oops, wrong button. My bad. Wrong scene. I went down a rabbit hole there. Alright, there we go. Load this up. Still kind of working on the scenes there a little bit. Okay. And we'll go into this mode. Switch over to TV2. We got some cars moving. There we go. Oh, this guy. See how we did on this one. This adjustment. Even though we don't have the new items as we're looking at it this way, there's still plenty to look at. Oh, wow, that's looking pretty good. So we got still a little bit of a clip into the fence there on the left side. Not too bad. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright. So now we're down. So we still need to increase that center line there. So what I'm trying to get into the picture on that camera in turn 3 is to get the foam. With the advertisement on it. Getting closer. Having that visual camera to be able to, yeah, that looks pretty dang good. Might lessen it just a little bit more just to get rid of that. That looking pretty freaking sweet right there. So yeah, center line, I'll adjust on that one. That's a nice speed shot right there. So if we can just get more of the foam into that camera there, I think that'll be fantastic there. That's what I was shooting for, at least anyway. Alright, so a little bit lesser on the one on the back stretch. Need it closer to the center line. Get rid of some of that clip into the fence. And this one we need to increase the center line to bring it closer to the wall. Alright, cool. One is decrease, one is increase. Alright. Out of that. And we'll switch this back over. Alrighty then. Are we learning anything? Hopefully. It's the whole nature of this thing. So I'm going to decrease this value a little bit more. We want to get it closer to the center line, so we'll put it at a 6.1. Actually, I might even go so far as like a 6.03, closer to the center line. And then on this one, we need to increase this one. I'm already on that. Alright. Nuts that we want to go on this. We put it at 8.25. Minus 8.25. That might be too much. We're going to give it a try. Alrighty then. I'm still having a problem with getting the current ETF to load. So until I get that fixed out there, I'm going to get that hopefully straightened out. We're going to play around with that once I get these cameras figured out. I'm hoping it's just a naming convention either on the PTF or I'll guys go through the motion to get as far as to put the new items in there just to make sure. Alright. So we made those adjustments. Both those cameras again, so go ahead and save it. Save as. Over there. So far I'm not disliking as far as the way these cameras are adjusting. Yeah, move that over from our cam edit folder. Copy that. Paste that to game track directory. Righty then. Let's load this up. Alright, switch that back over. Single race. Load it up. No problem, Torch will be here. Alrighty then, switch it over to TV2. That is where we're making all of our adjustments. I went the wrong way. There we go. Let's follow Briscoe. Almost like Crisco. Yeah, it's coming up onto the back stretch. Oh baby, that's nice. Like it. Right on the wall. That'll work. Oh, we got a little bit of it. So we're kind of clipping into the fence. That's what I was hoping to avoid. It might have been a little too much. I might be able to turn the Radians a little bit and move it closer to the center line to get that clip out of the fence. Yeah, the one in the backstretch is really nice now. Yeah, he's got some new items there for the grandstands as far as the people. Yeah, so we're getting a little bit of the foam. There in the bottom left corner. We want to get a little bit more of that. Without the clip of the fence. That's going to be a really tough balance there. One of the backstretches, I really like that. Torch has been a busy beaver. Yeah, I like this one. This one's really good. No clipping in the fence. This one we need to fix though. Okay, so closer. We gotta decrease this. Oh my goodness, look at that wreck. Ouch. All the more reason we got that nice speed shot in there. That's pretty cool. Alright, so we need to lessen the center line value and possibly change the turning. So we gotta change the Radians there. I think that's going to be a lesser value. So lesser. Okay, I think I got it. So don't need to mess with the one in the backstretch at all. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of this. Alright, got a pretty good idea of what we need to do. Alright, let's switch this back over. Alrighty then. So on this camera, not quite so much, I guess, on this. We need to lessen this. We'll do 815. And then we also need to change this direction here. So right now it's 314. I think I would need to increase that to get it to go this way on the positive. So if we lessened it, it would go this way. I want to get it away from the fence, which we did by moving it closer to the center line this way. I want it to... No, so actually I think I need to lessen this to get it to go this direction. I want to be able to show off some of the more of the foam. Okay. Hopefully we don't get the clip though, so what we'll do... Let's do a 3.10. That should move it this direction. Now if it ends up moving it this way, then I know I gotta increase that 3.14. Okay. File, save that. I'm just taking mental notes of that. Alright, let's switch this one back over to our game track directory. Okay. Load that up, switch it back over. A lot of bait and switch. Alright, single race. We're making some progress. Switch over this, go to TV2. Already got a car on the track. Whoop, went the wrong way. There we go. We know the one on the backstretch. We didn't need to do anything with that one. That one should be the same. Beautiful. I don't see how the one on turn 3 is. Okay. Yeah, that one's going to get tricky because I'm going to need to probably roll that a little bit. Get it off the fence. I don't want that clipping into the fence. I think I went in the right direction, I guess, as far as with the Radians to decrease that value. So I might need to go closer to the center line. Go back in there. Yep. Man, that's a tough one. Barely getting any of the foam. Okay. One more time. All right. Gotta take a mental note of this. Yep, that's for sure, Torch. Alright, one more time. I'm gonna take a... Okay, so I need to go... Wow, that's got a hell of an angle right there. That end of the track has the most amount of banking. So as far as how much it's pivoted, you know, as far as yeah, it's kind of a wicked angle. Okay. This one here, I really like how that one turned out. That turned out really good. Okay, so let's try. Let's go ahead and switch this back over. Make another adjustment. We're still on the one here in turn 3. So in that one there, we're getting more clip into the fence. Let's see how we look here. Yeah, so it's almost exactly where we've got this here. We're getting that little bit of clip in the fence. We're hardly getting any of the foam in the picture though. Alright, so we can change the inclination left and right. So we can kind of tip this camera, I guess, as far as to kind of lean, if you will. Right now it's leaning to the right. So it's leaning this way. so from the center line, 825, I might go back towards that direction. I'm gonna go 822, and then change the inclination left and right. I'm gonna increase that value so it leans a little bit more to the right. So I'm gonna go on this one here. I'm gonna go 320. Yes, that sounds about right. So I'm gonna do save as. Okay. You think so there, Torch? Right now I'm kind of really just trying to figure out these cameras. We got a heck of an angle, as you can tell here. Be able to figure this out here. So to get this inclination left and right at this point, that's gonna be tough because that's in radians as well, not degrees. And the radians, as far as I've already demonstrated, it's kind of really playing us with the way the orientation of this track is. So I'm kind of having to guesstimate here a little bit. Having this physical camera here, though, to have a reference, it helps tremendously to get it into initially position, especially from the distance from center, start finish line and center line. A huge benefit. Alright, so let's copy this over. Alright, let's load that up. As I do this, I'm trying to think about what I possibly did wrong, I guess, as far as to get that tracked a little bit with the new items. Okay. Alright, single race. Oh, I switched this over, my bad. Y'all can't see what I'm doing. Continue. Okay, switch this over here, go to TV2. Any takers? Okay, somebody move, there we go. Got somebody moving. There we go. Kyle Busch in the 18 car. See how we did on this adjustment for turn 3s. That one's already good. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. We get a little bit of the foam. Still getting a clip of the fence though. So you can see how it's leaning a little bit more to the right. I went in the right direction with that. Yeah, getting that inclination to the right is going to be a little bit tricky. We're going to have to finagle with that a little bit. That one's easy. That's relatively straight up and down. Very little. This one's got a pretty extreme angle. So also what I'm noticing is I need to turn it. So inclination to the right and also how much it's turned. So we got to decrease that value. Decrease the rotation and increase the inclination to the right. So that negative value. Okay, got it. That's enough information. Out of that. We're getting there. Little tweaks at a time. I think once I get the inclination to the right, then it will definitely... I'm trying to get more of the foam in the shot. That's the whole... So once I get that lean of the camera, I guess as far as, you know, leaning it towards the track, yeah. Then, you know, we can determine whether or not we need to go up or down. Okay. Switch this back over. Go back to here. Alright, here we go. So we got still on that camera. So I don't need to mess with the center line. Distance from center line. So the direction, we need to bring it more this way. So I'm gonna go, I don't want to go too extreme. Let's do 305. Just a little bit more this way. And then we need to increase this negative value on the inclination to the right. So we need to make it lean more to the right. I'm gonna do 3.6 on that one. I'm just doing very small, minor changes, nothing drastic. Enough to make a difference, at least, anyway. There we go. Bring that back over. Okay, copy it over. Load game. Single race. Switch that back. Load it up. Book TV2. And we got a car in motion. Sweet. Eric Armarola. Eric with an A. You can't see some of the, the previous new items that have been added around the track as we pan through these different cameras, at least anyway. Just know the absolute brand new items as far as the markers on the fence and the advertisements and such like that. Alright, backstretch one is good. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yep. So now you can see almost we need to move it up. It's like you were saying, Torch. We're starting to clip that way. It's going to go around again. Just a matter of finding that sweet spot for how much it leans to the right. Okay. So, we kind of got a counter reaction here. So the more we're leaning it to the right, probably the more we need to turn it to the left as far as on that rotation to make sure it's pointed more towards the foam. So it's kind of like a tug of war here. So the more I lean it to the right, it's going to counter, I guess, as far as we got to counter how much we turn it to the left in this case. But yeah, we might need to bring it up a little bit too. You can already see it starting to clip into the top of the wall. Okay. I think we got enough information on that. The adjustments we're making are actually applying, even as minor as they do seem to be. Okay. Switch this back over, make some more adjustments. Okay. So I'm gonna, first of all, move it up just a tad. So let's do 3.3 on the elevation. We need to turn this more, so I guess I was thinking more of a 3 on this direction. That probably wasn't wrong. I'm actually gonna go 2.98. It's gonna turn it more to the left. And I think I want to leave, maybe we'll go up just a little bit more in an inclination there. So we brought it up, tipped it a little bit more to the right, and turned it more to the left on that center axis. Okay. Okay. Lean, tug, lean. There you go. Something like that, Torch. Something like that. Alright, let's copy that one over. Alright. This up. Man, you're getting all kinds on the shots. Holy crap, that's a second one. Dang. Get it boozed up. Alright, let's switch this over to TV2. Whoops, what happened there? Whoa. I moved that a little too extreme. So find out here in a second. You know what? I think I realized what I did. I took the minus value. Whoops. I think I screwed up. Yep, I did. So I took the minus value out of it. Okay, that I just noticed that. Son of a gun, anyway. Alright, so yeah, I gotta put the minus value back on that rotation for that turn 3. Son of a gun. Can't win them all, right? The wrist and he also wrist pretty well. Right. Yeah, so I goofed up on that one. So I took the negative value, I guess, as far as on that direction. Ooh, look at that helicopter landing. That's crazy. That was a cool shot. All right. Okay. Yeah, I goofed it on the. Whoopsie. All right. Switch this back over. Bot is now tipsy, right? Okay, let's get out of this. Okay, so yeah, I need to put a negative value back on this. Alright, let's try that again. So we're going to do save as. I'm going to save that, but I'm going to load up. Hold on a second. I'm going to open up this backup. I'm not going to do anything to it. I just want to double check it here. Wait a minute. What? That's not right. Hold on. No. I just stepped on that one. I need to reload cam edit. I didn't load the right one. Hold on a second. Let's load this back up. On TV2. No, that was a positive value. I'll be damned. Maybe I have been going the wrong way. Okay. Maybe I need to increase this value and not decrease it. So when I put it at a positive 2.98, I was putting it more towards the middle of the track, you know, pointing it. So it was turning it to the right. I guess I was going in the wrong direction. Alright, so we'll go ahead. That's our backup. We don't want to mess with that one. Back to this one. And go back to TV2. This camera. Alright, so I need to go the other way. So it was positive 314. We're going to go 3.21. Everything else the same. Yep, okay, cool. File save as. That one right there. Cool. And we'll go ahead and copy that over. Alright, copy that over. Oops, playlist stop. Yes, please. Here we go. Alright. Ooh, almost won. Give it a couple more drinks. There you go. Alright, switch this back over. Okay. Load up the game. Okay. So here, TV2. Oh, there we go. See, I saw a car coming off the pits. What the heck? That one we know was already good. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So now we really got to lean that bad boy. Yikes. Okay. Let me do it this way. We got a lot of clipping of the fence though. That's what I don't like. So we got quite a bit of lean to put into it. Wow, okay. So we are rotating it the proper way. It's got a lot of clipping on that left side though. Okay. Interesting. What in the heck are we listening to? Techno, what are you doing to me? Let's try this one. I know what Techno's doing to me there. Alright, let's Let me get out of this. Yeah, that inclination to the right to get that thing to lean. We got a lot of angle there. Alright, let's see here. Switch this back over. What'd you do? Did you all get the same thing? Nope. Wait. Just get it liquored up. Get the bot boozed up. Okay, so we really got to get this thing to lean. Let's try. I'm gonna go a little bit extreme on this here. I'm gonna do from a 0.38 to 0.50 and let you get it to really lean. Let's see here. I'm gonna go 3.24 on that. Save that. Okay. Copy that back over. Track loaded up. How does that keep turning on? Need to get that stuff out of there. I guess as far as that's. Tried some stuff with that sandbox segment info in it. Yeah, I need to take that out of there probably. Alright, switch that over. I probably haven't asked this, but how did everybody's New Year's go anyway? I know mine, mine has spent just kind of drowning my sorrows in a little bit of alcohol and did a little bit of modeling, a little bit of stuff in Farm Sim 22, Giants editor, you know, that kind of stuff. What did everybody else do? Let's see. We got a few cars going around the track. There we go. Let's see how this one turned out. That one we already know was good. Oh my goodness, okay, so we're getting a little bit of the foam on the left, still a lot of clipping. Hang it. Let's take this off. I went quite a bit on the lean to the right, too. Okay. Wow. Not really sure which way to go on that one. Still barely getting any of the foam in there. I know we had it set like almost perfect, I guess, as far as in our 15 build. I'm just trying to remember. This is a much different build. Don't get me wrong, the way it was. The fact that we used the LiDAR, it would set below a zero, ground zero type of thing, so it's a little bit different. One more time. Trying to get an idea of the direction I need to go. I already feel like I'm too far over. I don't know if I need to bring the center line, decrease it, on the center line. But then that's going to move it away from the foam. Dang it. Almost thinking I might want to just try to put it behind the fence. I might go really extreme, I guess, as far as on how much I turn it to the left at this point. And then decrease the center line. I think that's the approach I might take to this. Yep. Okay. I think I got an idea what I want to do. Spent most of my night working on people for the grandstands. Yeah, I'm sure that took a while. A little lazy day. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing productive. She just kind of vegged out. 4.5 hours of sleep. Yeah, I'm right with you with that. Can you get out of this? Definitely right with you on that. Okay. More adjustments. Okay. I think I got an idea of what I want to do. So I'm going to go a little bit more extreme on the amount of rotation here. So we're going to go 3.5 on this. It's going to turn it to the left. I'm going to decrease this to 8. It's going to move it closer to the center line. Might even have to go higher than that. Let's do 3.6. And I'm going to lean this 0.7. Okay, we're going to go really extreme on this one here. I just want to get... Okay. Let's try that out. This might go horribly wrong. Copy that. Absolutely nothing wrong with being less productive, I guess. That's why I was kind of curious. Am I the only one, I guess, as far as that does work, for lack of a better thing, on a holiday? Okay, single raise. Switch that all over so you don't see what's going on. You do? That's for sure. Hey, actually, I guess I reiterated as far as I say I'm the only one. I know I'm not the only one because I know Torch was doing plenty of work on the track with the grandstand people and stuff like that. I just wish I can get that new stuff to load in this track. I'm gonna work on that once I get it, the cam here, I guess, as far as worked out a little bit. what do we got around the track? There we go. Put it in full view here. Okay, back stretch. Come on. Give me a good shot. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I did one a little bit extreme. Okay. Not bad. Not terrible. Okay. So I need to go a little bit less on the... I need to really make it lean a little bit more. And also decrease. You need to bring it closer to the center line. Come back around again. Got quite a bit in the shot there as far as the foam. That's what I was kind of going for. Okay. Not quite that much though. Alright, so we need to make it lean more to the right and closer to the center line. Okay. Got it. Got it. Crowd looks good too, as far as I didn't put any strain. I mean, on your end at least, anyway. Okay. Alright, let me switch this back over. Alright, so we saw the result of that. Now, what we need to do is move it closer to the center line, so we're going to do... so we're back to the 7.25? Maybe not quite that. Let's do 7.50. We already had a -8. Moving it closer to the center line. We need to really get this thing to lean. Let's do a 0.9. Save that one. Okay. Copy that over. Get this thing fingered out. Okay. Put you back over. I know it's a lot of back and forth, but it's sometimes what happens as far as to get things tweaked out. It would have definitely taken a lot longer if we didn't have that visual of the actual camera in position. Okay. Any takers? There we go. That's for sure. Push, pull, push, pull. What's that? Yeah, I like that one that you said earlier as far as the... What was it? Tug, twist? Yeah, with that one. I like that one. Oh my goodness, we're getting so dang close. Almost feels like I'm leaning it the wrong way. Seems to be tipping more to the left. Might have to go the other direction with that. Okay. One more time. We got one camera to come over right, at least anyway, so far. That one. Yeah, so this one we need to go... Just need to get it to lean the right way. It's not leaning properly, so I guess I'm leaning it the wrong way. Okay. Let's try leaning it the other way. Alrighty then. Let's try that. Switch this back over. 0.9, so we're gonna go the other way. I'm gonna go more positive value on this one. We're gonna go 0.5. Let's try that one. So instead of negative, which it seems to be leaning it to the left, we'll go to the right. Kind of contradicts what I said earlier. Negative, I was thinking was right, so negative must be left. Positive value is right. Alright. So save as. Copy that one over. Beep, beep. Yeah, lean tug. Yeah, that one. You got it. Okay. This is a bouncy tune. Alright, so we need to go TV2. Any takers? Yeah, we got a taker. Oh, get him. There we go. Derek Cope in the 15 car. Let's see what we got going on with this one. Hopefully get the lean. This might go horribly wrong. We'll see. Still trying to wrap my brain around as far as like what, as far as being able to apply 100% the Radian as far as the degrees. Doesn't seem to be all that applicable. Come on, be good to me. Oh my goodness. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, a little bit less on the center line. What I'm noticing there. A little bit more or less on the center lines. One more time. We're gonna get this nice and spot on here. Okay, I'm liking the angle. So yeah, just a little bit less on the center line. We'll get it closer to the center line. Okay, that's enough info. Switch her back over. Alright, so lesser on the center. You need it closer to the center line, so we're gonna go. So we're going right back to what we almost said it before, 7.25. Let's try 7.15. Alright. Save as. Alright, we'll copy that one back. Feel we're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Oh, we already got cars moving. Nice. I like when they go right away. Kurt Busch. Not to be confused with Kyle Busch. They're both brothers. Come on now. Let's be good to me. That one's good. Okay, we're getting there. Wow, we gotta get really close to the center line then. Alright. One more time. feel like we got the inclination, you know, that as far as how much the camera's leaning, pretty good. I think it's just a matter of how close it is to the center line at this point. So we can get that clip of the fence out of that shot. Yep. Okay. Okay. Good enough. Let's check this out. Think we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Alright, so a little bit closer to the center line, so we want to go. Let's try a 6.50. That might be a little too much. We'll try. I might have to split the difference and go like 6.75. We'll try this one first. Okay. Copy that one over. A lot of back and forth, a lot of back and forth. I know. This is going to be a really cool shot, I think, once it's done. The benefits has its rewards. But the hard work reaps the benefits and rewards. Let's see here. TBT. Gotta be pretty stinking close now. Oh yeah. Liking it. I don't like all the clip in the fence, but I think we're getting it. If we have it lean and closer to the center line yet. And I might have to turn the rotation over just a tad too. Actually, if I change the rotation of it a little bit, let me have it go by there again. If I change the rotation so it's towards the infield, I think we might get rid of a lot of that clip. I don't want to turn it too much. Also, what I'm noticing is that gap in the foam in the game here. A little bit of a gap in the foam. I'm almost thinking to make that shot, you know, cherry. Yeah, the adjustment to the foam might need to be necessary. Maybe even just to the wall, to kind of get that sucked into the backside of the foam. Not a lot, just enough to get rid of that gap. All right, one more time. Yeah, it's definitely getting closer. And I'm thinking more of turning it, maybe a little bit of both. So a little bit of turning and a little bit. Oh man, that's so stinking close. Yeah, that gap in the backside of the foam is gonna throw me off too. I'm focusing more on. Ooh, that guy blew up. He blowed up. That was crazy. Okay. I think I got an idea what I want to do. Get out of that. Switch the spec over. We're figuring something out. Alright, so... Oh, let me see here. So 3.6. I think if I go this way... Turns it back more that way. Not too much though to get those out of the shot. And then closer tubes.
With a K-pop dance tutorial, and now you're a Blackpink superfan. With YouTube Premium, you can.
Oh no, you don't. No ads here, thank you. All right. Okay. On the center line, I want to move this closer to that. Let's do 6.25. I don't know if that's going to be too much. See what happens though. So I turn it just a little bit more towards the infield, closer to the center line. Hopefully it doesn't take too much out of the... Trying to get the foam in there, this is the whole idea. Get the foam in the shot. Alright. Oh, no. Dang it. Copy it over first. I'm doing things on the other screen. You don't want some bad things. Potentially bad things. Okay. Switch this back over. Ready then, so we'll go TV2. It's kind of weird when they don't get going right away. Come on now. There we go. Got a taker. Eric with an A. So at least, you know, some of you might get a little bit of an idea. You know, some of these things like cameras and getting things into position take a little bit of time. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere. Now it's more about the lean. So I'm trying to focus not on the gap on the back side of the foam. That'll obviously need to be adjusted. I think the way to adjust that, the best way would be just to probably move that concrete wall in a little bit as far as in sandbox. And it's not that much. It's just that little bit. You got that little bit of gap there. Okay. Alright, one more time. I want to get it better. Yeah, well, keeping in mind, what you see in sandbox and what you see in the sim doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the same, but in some cases, if you are noticing in the sim, then yeah. Always want to test it in the sim first, and we're definitely seeing a gap on the back side of the phone. I need to get that PTF, you know, not being able to open that new one there, resolved first before you get anything else from you, that's for sure. Not 100% sure what's going on with that. Alright, one more time. Here we go. Oh, that's a max jackpot. So I'm thinking more what I want to do. Bring it down just a tad. Alright, one more time. And then a little bit closer to the center line. I had it at a minus 6.25. I go 6.15. Trying to get it more like that, where it's not, you can't see the clip of the fence, see like that one is. The lean seems good, so I'll bring it down and closer to the center line. Okay, I think I got it. Down and closer to the center line. I think that'll be good. GG's on the jackpot. Torch got that, so Yeso got a couple, and Torch got that max jackpot of 1,000. GG's on that. Ooh, alright, let's switch this back over. Now we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty here. Okay, so a little bit down on the elevation. So we'll go with 3.15, bring it down a little bit. and closer to the center line. So I think I'm gonna put this on a, let's put about half of that. 612. Okay, I'll say this. Roughly half. Split the difference of the 0.25. All right. Get that over. Kind of at the point just wanting to get it dead on balls accurate. Place that, yes. Are we having fun yet? I hope you're having fun. If you're not having fun, then we're doing something wrong. Eventually, at some point here, I'm going to get into, once we get this camera tweaked, I want to figure out what's going on with not being able to load that new PTF with all the good new goodies. I'll go through the motions of that. If I can't get it figured out on stream, then I'll just have to figure it out post-fact, get it resolved, and keep everybody apprised of getting those figured out. Definitely sure it's probably just something on my end. Alright, let me switch this back over. E2. Saw someone going. Where are they at? There they go. Chase Elliott there. Come on. Give it to me. I want to see this. Yeah, I'm sure it is fine on your end. I don't know what I mean, this one here, this PTF that I got currently loaded is from prior to the 2 weeks off. This is on the 11th of December. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Got a little bit of clip on the top of the fence there, but it's not terrible. Might still be able to tweak that just a little bit. George coming in with the resubscribe. 27 months. Holy smokes. Get some hype in the chat. Anybody that's lurking in out there, wake up. Oh, helps if I spell it right. You know, if you got the emotes, spam the emotes. If you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype. Hell, even if you do got the emotes, so go ahead, exclamation point hype. Alright, well, one more time around here. So we got a little bit of clip of the fence on the top in that shot. I'm gonna see if I can get that to lean. Just a little bit. Oh my goodness, that's so stinking close. Maybe if I go down, I might get rid of a majority of that flip of the fence on the top. Plus it'll bring it closer to the top of the foam. One more time. Ooh, we get a lot of action going on there. Yeah, so I think if we just bring it down a little bit, we'll get rid of that clip of the fence. Plus it'll bring it closer to the foam. Alright, cool. I'm good with that. Cute. Let's bring it over. Yeah, so using the emotes, too. Cool. The foam looks good, yeah, as far as what the advertising on it, just with the regards to the gap behind in the backside of it there between that and the concrete. That can be fixed. Alright, so we need to bring this down. And I can kind of show that on stream here. I won't save it, but just to kind of give it a clue how you would fix that. So what we need to do is bring the elevation down a little bit. So let's just bring it to a 3.1. Closer to the foam, and it should remove a majority of that clipping of the fence in the top corner there. Okay, cool. Save that. I'm liking this so far. So let's go copy this over. Okay. Game up. Switch your back over. Single race. I think it loads up pretty quick too on this system. Switch over. There we go. EV2. Any takers? Oh, look at that. Right on one that was already coming out of the stall. Sweet. Y'all done pretty good on the slots there. So Torches have been able to get the max slot, 1,000 units of fluid. He also got a couple. Bot's been pretty generous so far, I think. Y'all been doing good, I guess, as far as to booze them up a little bit, get them a little tipsy. Alright, let's see how we did here. I think we're going to have a little bit of clip in that fence there, but just how bad. Okay. Dang, okay. Hell, I think we can go down a little bit more. Been using very minor, so I went 3.15 down to 3.1. Might be able to go to like a 2.9 on the height. We'll see. We'll go one more time. Yeah, I think a 2.9 will do it. Okay. 2.9 or maybe a 2.85 on the height. Okay. Get out of that. Switch it over. Make that adjustment. Let's see what we get here. Ooh, you even got something unscolded. Nice. Alright, so we need to bring this down. I'm gonna go 2.85 on the height here. Yep. Let's do that. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yep, cool. File, save that. Okay, copy that over. Okay. I'd say we're still making progress. It's taking a little bit. We're already over 3 hours. Holy crap. I want to get some racing in here. That's for sure. I think what I might end up doing, I'm going to make one attempt to try and get the new items over into the track, as well as with the PTF that goes along with those new items. If I can get it to work, then fine. If not, I'll just try to figure that out post-stream. Try to get that all situated out. But at least you've gotten a chance, I guess, to see in Sandbox as far as what the new items are. Not a lot of weight's been added to it, I guess, as far as with the markers on the fence. The one hauler, you know, some of the more livery in the infield, as far as the tents and things like that. So even though there has been more weight added to the track, it's probably not going to be that intense. What's really going to make it probably a little bit more intense is those 3D people in the stands. So once we get that from Torch, we'll be able to show that next week, I think. I think we'll show that next week. I think that'll be a good thing to do, so that'll be something good to go show everybody next week. Hopefully I can get that all situated out on my end, though. But I'll make the one attempt, like I say, at least anyway. Okay, let's switch this over to TV2. See how we did now. Okay, this dude's going around. Cool. Kevin Harvick? I think that's who it is. Yep. I don't know how much better I can make it, folks. Holy shit! Yeah, we got a lot of the clip on the left side. We got some of the foam in the shot. I can maybe even come down a little bit more. Just to get it to rest more like on the top of the foam, just like this one is. Yeah, I think I could do that. That's a nice shot. You can't see as much of the gap in that foam there. That's probably another thing, but not that it still doesn't need to be fixed. One more time. I think I might bring it down on the height just a little bit more. I might bring it down to like a 2.65. It's currently sitting at a 2.85 in the elevation. That'll bring it more down to the foam. Oh, look at that. Got a little bit of action in that shot. Seem to be wrecking there pretty good in that turn 3. So we could, heck, let's do that. We can, since we didn't witness that, let's back this up a little bit. Saw a little bit of carnage there. That was further back in the field though. It's right there. You see these guys getting in it. Let's go back. Let's go to TV1 here real quick. Right there. So we got the 0-0. If nothing else, this is what makes this really useful camera shot. Able to see that type of action going on. So let's switch it back to TV2. Let's go slow-mo here. See these two kind of tangle going into turn 3 right there. That's a pretty cool shot. Oh, and then, oh, freaking T-bones him. Yikes. Put the brakes on there, pal. Holy smokes, you sent him flying. This is another good reason why we want to make these action shots like that. Kind of fixes it in this position here. You miss stuff like that if it's moving around. That was crazy. All right, I'm gonna bring this camera down just a little bit more. That was super cool. No kidding. I mean, that's just hard racing there, I guess. But the fact that one car T-boned the other one, yeah, that was, it's like, hey, you got brakes? You got a thing on that vehicle called brakes, you know? Good grief. Okay, we'll switch this back over and we'll make one final adjustment to the elevation of this thing, and I think we should be good to go on that. Let's go 2.65 on this. Save that. And we'll copy that over. That's just some hard racing there, though. So I figure if nothing else, that's probably another thing I could do. I want to test out this new the LP. So as I mentioned earlier, part of stream, the LPs have been tweaked with a little bit. Finally applied a more sufficient fast setup to the Cup cars as far as the AI. So that might be why they're driving a little bit more aggressively. That combination of the new LP and the appropriate setup applied to it. Alright, so we need to copy this over. Paste it to your track. Let's reload this one up. I think this might be our final adjustment for that camera, though. It was a little bit of work to do that because you got a lot of angles to deal with there. Okay. 2, switch this back over. So I can see what's going on. No takers, come on now. What of all, here you go. Nobody? Oh, there's one. Oh, so now we got a different car for Chase here. So we had his Hooters car, now he's got his Napa. That's pretty cool. Kind of randomizes the car schemes, I guess, in this set. Kind of nice. All right, let's see how we did here. I think this is gonna put a. That's gonna be money shot right there. Perfect. Beautiful. Yep, so you can still see a little bit of that gap on the back side of the foam. But you still obviously get some of the foam in there too. That's why they put that advertisement on the foam like that. Get these specialized camera shots here. One more time. Yeah, I think we got it nailed. I think it's money shot. Aw, yeah. I'm liking it. Cool beans. I think we're going to leave that right where it's at. We're going to call it that good. Let's check out some of these other cameras while we're at it. So in the TV2, I think we don't really need any other adjustments to that. Besides those two. So these are all TV2. And I'll switch it over to TV1 once we get back past the start-finish line. And we'll check those out. See if we need any adjustments to any of those. Oh, look at that one. Oh, Chase actually spun out. Or got spun out. That's going to be a really cool action shot. Especially with this AI. That was pretty cool. And he actually got out of the way. Everybody's missing him. He's kind of straddling the apron there. So it's either... Oh, must have called a tow truck. That's a pretty cool shot. That turned out really, really cool. And in fact... Let me try this here. Let me get a screenshot of this. Get a couple screenshots of that. That turned out really good. I think all that work, it definitely reaps the benefits, I guess, off of that. Yep, you definitely got stuck. On the back shot they have, it's showing the foam. You know what? You probably make a good point on that. Okay, so that's on TV2. Here, let me switch to a different car. Check this out here. You could make that adjustment. That one's a little bit easier to deal with. We would only have to adjust the D-long on that one. Yeah, so on this one here, yeah, there are some advertising foam. I guess on that one too, we can move that. That would just be a matter of moving it up on the D-long. That'd be easy enough to do. Good point there, Torch. I will take advantage of being able to show that foam off. Yeah, that is a nice view. That really turned out nice. That's the reward of spending a little bit of extra time, I guess, as far as to get it fine-tuned there. Money shot. Okay. So that one's done. Now, what we'll do, we'll go over to this one. So the rest of the TV2 cameras seem to be just fine, other than we're going to make a adjustment here. So there is some foam right there. We're going to move this guy down the line here, and it's just a straight shot, D-long. All we got to move. So let's go into our cam edit. Wait, did I close that out? Yes, I did. I did. Okay, no problem. Reload that. First gets another jackpot. That's one of the low-end jackpots. 300 units of fluid, though. GG's on that. GG's. Okay. Let's load that back up though. I guess I didn't realize I closed it. We're not done yet. Almost though. So let's go back to TV2 and 3. So all we need to do on this one. Okay, so we got this cam right over here. This will be pretty simple to do. We're gonna go into object view. And we're not gonna worry about distance from the center line and all that. All we need to do is move it. I don't know why I didn't take it. They're right here too. Not crazy. I guess I was just trying to line it up. I guess with the original one that we had from the 15 build was all. So all we need to do is move it on the D long. Like so. Okay, now we'll switch it back over to geometry. And we'll get that coordinate, which is going to be distance from start to finish line. About 11, 16, 30. So 11, 16, 30. Like so. All we need to do, leave everything else the same. It's a pretty straight line there. There's no angles or anything like that. Save that. This should be a pretty straightforward adjustment. Alright, switch that over. Copy that over. And paste it into game track. Please. Single race, we'll switch this over. Alrighty then, let's see how we turned out here. We should have our foam on the back there in the shot. Glad you mentioned that there, Torch. I'm not 100% done with these yet. I'm going to look at the TV1 cameras. Let's see if... I think the pit cams are pretty good. Alright, so go to TV2. Whoops, my bad. Oh yeah, there we go. See, now we got it in the shot. So we got them in the shot. Following Denny Hamlin around the track here. It's gonna be really wicked, I guess, to see the new next gen cars, I guess, as far as next season. Alright, here we go. And there you have him in that shot. Perfect. Fantastic. And also in turn 3. Cool. That was an easy enough adjustment. Alright, so while we're still in here, these are all TV2. TV2s look fine. Let's go to TV1. See if we need any adjustments on those. I think those should be pretty good too, though. Oh, we got a wreck here. Denny Hamlin misses those guys. Seem to be wrecking pretty good there. TV1 cams seem pretty good. This from a different perspective. Let's try spectator. All these we can adjust in the that one almost seems a little low. I think this one's only got the one spectator cam, I think. Let me check this out over here while it's going. Yep, it's just the one spectator cam. We might need to bring that up just a little bit on the elevation. Let's have them go around there one time. It really low. Oh, wow. Oh, we still got cars flying. Yikes. Almost don't know if I want to test. Eminem is bailing out after 22. Wow. Interesting. Yikes, we can switch to another car. Denny Hamlin took a clobbering there. Let's go check. Let's follow Kyle Larson here. We're on spectator cam. I think I just need to move that one up just a tad. Coming up on the through the dog leg there in the front stretch. seem to be a little bit low. Seems pretty good right there. Yeah, see, it's a little bit low right there. I think I'm gonna raise that up just a skosh. So right now it's currently at an elevation of 40 meters. I'll probably go like 50 meters. It's gonna put it up in the air just a little bit more. I should do it. Try that out. Full lanes. Alrighty then. Switch this back over. We'll make that adjustment. What were you laughing at there, Torch? What was so funny? Okay. Alright, so on this spectator cam, we got it at 40 meters. A little bit low on the front stretcher, like I said, so I'm going to raise that up 50 meters. Get it so it's not quite clipped. It's probably going to make a difference, too, I guess, as far as once the people in the stands actually get applied. Because currently we don't have anything in there for that. We'll have that next week. We'll show that next week. I'll definitely make sure I got it all squared away, I guess, as far as for next week's stream. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. Okay, and we'll copy that over. I gotta have something to show for next week, right? We got quite a bit in here this time. We're going over quite a bit, quite honestly. Alright. But I'm going to spend a little bit of time to see if I can't resolve being able to get the latest bits besides the grandstands, I guess, in there. That way we can potentially race it in that fashion, if nothing else. Let's see. Alright, let's get this loaded up. Oh, no. Hang it, don't do that. Bad things happening here. So we gotta copy that over first. Okay. Launch the game. Switch that over so you can see what's going on. Alright, we're going to put this on spectators. That's what we made the adjustments to. Anybody moving? Nobody wants to move. There we go. Get the file. William Byron. Alright, so we are currently on the spectator cam. See how well we did on this adjustment. So if I raise it enough there, it should compensate, I guess, as far as once the 3D people in the stands actually are present next time. And once he comes back around in the front stretch here, give us a pretty good idea of whether or not that's going to be high enough. I think that looks pretty good. Very good. I think we're going to call that good. At least for now. Cool beans. Alright, so that's done. Now comes the daunting task of trying to figure out what I did wrong with the bringing over the new bits as well as the new ETF. So we got this to load up fine, going all the way back to last time we streamed before the 2-week break. That one loads is fine. All the new bits are already be in here, but I'm gonna go through the whole motions again. So you can move over, I guess, as far as what we need from our new stuff. Okay. That's in this folder. Okay, so here's all their new stuff. To include ETF. Okay. I Copy all that. Paste it over. Most of these should be, so that was what, 34 items? $33 items selected right there. So it should be all 33 items over here should be already in here. Paste. 32 items. And that's probably going to be related to the PTF because I already got PTF in here, so it's going to be that one less file. Yeah. Yes, it is actually in there. Now, if you didn't see that selected, it might be kind of hard to see it, but yeah, I'll go ahead and do this. So that 3DO is in the replaceable files. It's right here. It's the very last file. So that's evident. That's known to be good. So I didn't have it previously. Now I do. I had the MIP but not the 3DO, so that's fine. So the fact that it only copied over 32, and I had 33 selected. Okay, so now we need to chunk out. We need to chunk out the PTF because we already know that's the one from the 11th. We already confirmed that that's good to go with what's in our track folder. Our track folder. Okay, so alright, there's our PTF. We're going to take this one out. And we're going to rename this new PTF. That includes all the new stuff. We need to copy it. Track folder name. So, and rename that PTF. Now the fact that the track loads with all the new stuff obviously applied in Sandbox stands to reason it should apply those same items related to that PTF into the game track directory should load. But sometimes it can come down to the way the track gets named. Like when I'm renaming this, I might have stepped on the extension. Very possible. Ensuring this time that I don't. I didn't rename it. No, I don't think so. Let's see. So if we go like that. Alright, so now we got all the stuff that we need there. We got the PTF related, all the new items on top of the new items already applied in there. Nothing in the track mat. Plus we still got the updated LPs that have been worked on in between streams. That's why we're seeing a lot of the AI wrecking and stuff there too. So that combination of the new LPs and having that adjusted fast setup, that's related to the cut physic. That's part of the reason why we're probably seeing that. Alright, let's go ahead and load the game up. Now if this doesn't load, I don't know what's going on. Okay, first of all, let's go into testing session. And it still doesn't want to load. So we're missing something somewhere. Question is what? Question is what? Okay. What are we missing? That is the ultimate question. What in the heck are we missing? So it seems to be one file. There's the 3.0 and the MIP. So I'm just making sure. Actually, I think I'm missing the MIP or the 99 truck. Okay. So I got the 3DO somehow in this game track directory. I don't have the MIP. Okay, but I know I have it in another folder. So 1 second. We'll fix this. So this should be in the 12.4 update. I remember seeing that. Nope, it's in this part 2. That's right. Part 2 should. Do you remember seeing this? Okay. Actually, that is not in here. Okay. Well, be dang. You know what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of this, until I can get this. So I'm gonna cheek it out there. Why did I keep going? There you go. I think I know what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of this. I'm going to copy. For some reason, what I'm noticing is it did not. On my game track directory, actually, it should be in my track edit folder. Hold on a second. What am I talking about? Talking about behind end. Let's see. No, it's in the track edit folder. Go with this one. Should have that. 99. So I'm gonna copy it from here. And then what I'm gonna do is put that here. There. Now I'm also gonna copy that into our track game track directory. Yes. So that one was not in there. So I think that's the file we're missing. But for some reason, and copy over the truck. So I had it in my track edit folder, but it wasn't in my game track directory for some reason. But that's what I just corrected there. Now let's try it. Now we should be all good to go. Yeah, it's definitely in Sandbox, as like I'm saying. With everything that I've got in there. So for some reason, in the update files or whatever, I didn't have. I had the MIP file in one location, but not the other, I guess you could say. So we just corrected that. So now it's in the track edit folder, it's in the update folder, as well as in the game track directory. As far as to coincide with. Alright, here we go. Testing session. Now this sucker should load. Voila! Alright, so it's just that one stinking file. So yeah, the thing I was taking into consideration when I was copying 33 files, that was including the PTF, which I already had a PTF in the game track directory. That was what was kind of throwing it off. So kind of still with that 99 deal, kind of keeping that in. All right, so it does load. That's good. Go to drive. Let's let us go in. This is all in testing session. Oh, let's get out of that. Now we're gonna get some racing in here. But take some laps around this thing. See if we can't see some of that crazy action that's happening with the AI. What I have come to notice, and I mentioned this to Torch, even as I say this, it's a little bit, you got to give it some time, because as far as the AI in the first couple of laps, they tend to be a little shaky, especially starting from the back, with, particularly with this car set. So you got to give them a little bit of room. Once they get going, after the first couple of laps, it tends to level out. So just a fair mention as I go into this here. Okay, so let me take just a second and get the wheel moved down over, and we'll do some laps on this thing. No, I'm set at 95%. 95% currently. Yeah, that's probably another fair mention, because as far as the AI string. All right, give me a second here. I'm gonna get the wheels set over, right on over, and we'll go from there. Un momento. Alrighty then. Why does it keep switching that scene? I don't understand. What the heck is up with that? I don't set that on a hotkey.
Things fall apart. Center cannot hold. Where anarchy is loosed upon the world.
Why is...
Blood-dimmed ties.
I don't know why that's switching to that. I got a hotkey for that for some reason.
The best black all conviction, while the
I
worst
don't know why it's doing that.
passionate intensity.
Huh.
Surely
Fix that. I don't know why that's switching over to the raid scene for that. Hold on a second.
is at hand. The second coming.
That is not how I set that.
When a vast image out of spiritus mind
Let's see here. Down key.
sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man.
Just give me a second here, folks. I'm gonna adjust this real quick.
Is moving its slow thighs.
Oh,
Real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again.
no idea. That should be on a different key than that. That's for sure.
Trees of stony sleep will vex to
Why in the heck?
rocking cradle. What rough beast? Its hour come round at last.
That's super weird.
Bethlehem to be born.
That doesn't even have a hotkey for that one. Let's switch to the raid scene. That's weird. Anyway, okay. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so here we are. We're gonna get one into single race. Exit out of testing. You got him set at 100. Yeah, I only got him at 95. So the fact that we saw as much aggression as we did there, yeah. Okay, single race, and just to kind of show that 95%. That's what I'm testing him at. And that much aggression. Just as far as you saw it, just in the trying to set the cameras up there and at the camera angles. Yeah, pretty aggressive. Load it up. So now this one here will have all the new stuff applied to it as far as the markers on the fence, such like that. Alrighty then, we're gonna start right from the back. And actually, I think what I'll do, let's go ahead and pause that so you can hear all the sounds of the sim itself. Sure y'all appreciate. What helps too? It's, as far as to help you wreck, probably. All right, here we go.
Drivers, start.
Starting all the way from the back.
Engines.
Go ahead and switch this up. Why did it move my stuff there? Here we go. I got a really tall gear on this setup. On the first gear. Oh, the markers on the side. Yeah, I don't doubt it as far as having a visual. Yeah. So they're not there just to look pretty. They're actually functional. So yeah, the LPs for the pitting and the pacing, whatever, those have been adjusted previously. But since then, the race LP in particular, as far as what the AI will use, I guess as far as the race against each other and yourself, have also been adjusted. So we got the advertisement signs there, so we can see the markers 3, 2, 1 coming up here on the back stretch, going into turn 3. So there's the 3, 2, 1. So if you need to brake or whatever, however you tend to navigate the entrance of the corner, kind of gives you a little bit of a clue. So again, like I was saying, on the first couple of laps, AI tends to get a little bit finicky, as far as like that, until it level out after the first couple of laps. We give it a lot of room. Take it a little bit easy. Yep. Not a dead, brake check type of deal. What they do, kind of get, just kind of feeling out the track, as you should be yourself. You don't want to go balls to the wall right away.
Still there? Clear.
We're gonna use the PGA1 in turns 3 and 4.
One inside.
Give him room. Give him. Oh, yeah, yep. See, that's what I was hoping wasn't going to happen.
Tailor's out. Keep digging.
That was what I was hoping wasn't going to
All the way to
happen.
the line. Come on. All the way to the line. Clear high. Caution's out.
All right, we're going to go ahead and restart that. We're going to restart.
6, 7.
No guarantee that'll happen again. Now, in my initial testing here, they didn't necessarily do that. They would just slow down, but it's not like a dead stop. No adjustments have been made to the INI, I guess, as far as to tweak how close they race to each other or anything either. Got another fair mention. But even with all that wrecking you saw there, I guess, as far as the level of frame rates that are still maintained, even with everything we got so far. Granted, not a whole lot of weight's been added other than to like the infield, or some library, I guess, is in the infield. Not so much to the actual track, other than the markers on the fence and the advertising signs. So not a ton of weight's been added at this point. Much more weight will probably get added to the track coming next week, I guess, as far as when we show the 3D crowds. I'll get that all situated out for next week. Got the tents in the infield. That's amongst the things that have been added. I'm still going to keep on my mind too, I guess, as far as what I was talking about earlier part of the stream, as far as getting some light fixtures into position. So between light fixtures and animated frames for the big hoss, the two things.
I'll walk in front of you. You can go get them.
Probably won't get to that this stream.
Get ready.
Plenty of things to still go over. So I'm going to give these guys lots of room. They get a little hairy. Like I said, they get a little finicky. Let them sort it out. I think putting them at 100 would have made it way too aggressive. So I don't know what kind of response you're getting towards, I guess, as far as having it at 100. 95, see where the result is so far. Oh, yeah, they're already wrecking. Yeah, I wasn't doing this for me in initial testing.
All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line.
Definitely weren't doing this. So that's 2 times.
All
Alright, let's go ahead and get completely out of this. And we're going to open up another race weekend here. I don't know if that'll change or anything near, but it definitely wasn't doing this, that's for sure. All the way back. Load up another single race. Yep, that's pretty appropriate there, yeah. So, no matter what I do, they seem to do that. Take the dog leg. Full speed with it. Right. Well, what I'm noticing too, I'm sure you probably do as well, on the, look at how much braking there is right here, as far as how much rubber in the groove there. That tends to tell me. Now I'll turn on the, let me do a, in practice here, for example. If I turn on the best line, which is based on that race line, right? So I'll go R, and we can see what's going on with that. And I think it'll kind of tell, I guess, the tail, I guess, as far as how much they're braking in it. So the fact that there's so much rubber in the dog leg there kind of gives a little bit of clue too. I'm just putting this on just for reference, just to kind of show where that race line actually is. The main race line. So it's mostly all green, if not like yellowish. So there's no braking through here. You get the dog leg. Still all pretty green. Okay, so the fact that we see that little bit of rubber down in the groove there, it may come down to, if this happens again when I start the race, I'm gonna have to change like the bunching as far as the AI drafting or bunching distance. so they don't race too close together. There's some things we can adjust in the INI to get it to kind of tweak that out. I haven't found any reason, I guess, to have to adjust that in initial testing. The fact that they're doing it right now is kind of strange, but that's why we test things.
3.339.
A little bit of slowdown right there. Yeah, you can see barely any red. Got a little bit of orange going into turn 1, but that's likely because that's a lower banked corner. Pretty much full green, I guess, all in this area. Very smooth line too. I'm gonna come into pits.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 25.
Really smooth transition off the apron into the
Don't
pits.
speed, do not speed here. Member
Some tracks, whatever,
2500 gear.
the way you do the transition, I guess, on there could be so abrupt. It's like the whole car just bounces, and you have to, like, you know, get up on the wheel, I guess, as far as to keep it straight. You know, get these guys some pit practice. Game seems to have a mind of its own. I think the race LP is fine. I think it's just a matter of possibly just making, you know, some tweaks to the INI. Not really radical changes or abrupt changes. 15 seconds, that's not bad. Alright, let's go ahead and back to race. This is a brand new race weekend session. Go right to race. Start right from the back. Let's see if this gives us a different result.
Start your engines!
I don't really think the race LPs really need to be adjusted any further, honestly. I think they're fine. They might be just racing a little too close together. And that has nothing to do with the LP. That can be adjusted by INI. And we can take a look at some of those adjustments possibly. The fact that they're not, yeah, they're doing that at all, I guess, as far as my initial testing, when I came to that conclusion that the one set of LPs that you sent, their torch, they were like perfect. Other than that little bit of finickiness that gets far in the first couple of laps. But they weren't wrecking each other, that's for sure. Alright, I'm going to turn off this race line. Not on anymore. I was just showing that just for reference. I never race with that. In most cases, I don't use that as a reference for my, you know, for racing my line. I race as far as where, you know, wherever the cars are. So if the cars are in the bottom, I go to the top. Vice versa, especially if I got more momentum than they do. So I tend to race the track and not necessarily. But I'm using other references like the PJ1 on the track, other cars, where the wall is. Here we go. Yep. A little finicky. Let them sort it out. Yeah, the runs that I had, it's like they really got sorted out after the first couple of laps. Hopefully they don't wreck this time. I really like to be able to race these guys. And they're slicing and dicing up there, that's for sure. Whoop. Yep, slowing down. Slowing down. Crap.
Still up there. Still up
Hey,
there.
gummit, that was totally my fault. See, but they didn't. That was my wreck, not theirs.
Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line. Come on,
So they're not really
all the way to the
brake
line.
checking, but they
Clear.
do slow down still quite a bit.
4.964.
That's totally on me, though. The rest of the field kept going. Alright, let's go through this caution. It'll be about 3 laps. Get the caution, there we go.
One outside.
Oh, crap. The hell, dude.
Caution's out. Caution's
Running me over
Go
here.
ahead and get caught up. 40.
Talk about aggressive.
4.5.
Really?
7. 1. Stay behind. To 36 car.
Jesus, Pete. Totally running me over.
15.
We still got caution lights going.
Pass.
So we're working beautifully.
To 15.
It ran me over for crying out loud.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
It could be. I don't know. I don't even think that's the one I got into. Was it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is the one I got into. Yeah, I did get into him. That's Derek Cope.
Slow down, Junior.
I guess that was maybe a little payback. Yeesh.
50.
Alright then.
1.95.
Yeah, that race line there's kind of a... That helicopter's still kind of funky too. That's flying. That path file for that one there's kind of funky. Yeah, I definitely would agree this is kind of a distraction. You wouldn't have that there in reality, so it's... I tend to use the visual cues that are on the track. Naturally, I guess you could say. So whether it be the line you can see between the PJ1 and the regular track surface, the wall, other cars. Obviously the track caution lights are going, that type of stuff. All seem to be working just fabulous. See, did I get, what kind of damage did I get here? Got a little crinkle in the hood. Just a little bit. See the
Want to go right here.
Alright, yep, so only about 3 laps. About what I figured. So we're going back green. Next time by. Yeah, but that was totally on me. They didn't wreck at all, so I kind of figured it probably sorted itself out, I guess, as far as just by starting another race weekend.
0.608.
But you do kind of get the sense of how much they do tend to slow up. Not really a brake check like they have been. Who's just ahead of me? Dave Dragon, okay. Select blinds. 52 is... I don't know who that is. Ty Dillon in the 96. Some names in here I know. Derek Cope wasn't too happy with me getting into him there. That's for sure. A little bit of payback. Yeah, those markers on the fence? Yeah, for sure.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll watch in front of you.
Alright, here we go.
Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Okay.
Just like before in any initial start here, you gotta give him a little bit of room. That dude got... Whoa, crap. Hold on.
1 minute 20.
Derek's trying to get around me.
0.6.
I'm watching what's going ahead of me as well as behind me.
1 outside at your door. 1
I'm just gonna let him go by. Have your spot back. There you go. Ow. Look how much they slow up.
3.09.
Easy.
Outside. Stay low there. Stay high.
Yes. Yeah, they weren't doing this nearly as much when I was testing. I mean, they do slow up, but... Right. Give them room, they'll usually be fine. So I'm going like a bat out of hell coming out of
10
4.
to go, next time, 10 to go, next time, 5, keep digging, 34. 3, 9, 3.
And it could be just these rated cars, they're just kind of underdogs.
Inside.
If I can get around these guys, it probably won't be so bad.
Still there.
A lot of it probably does have to do with just the way the cars are rated. Let's see if I can
Clear.
get around these
One
guys.
inside.
Sorry, Derek.
Clear. 30.
Tried to race you clean.
3, 0.
All right, there we go.
7.
So, if nothing else, it's probably going to really depend on how your cars that you're racing against are rated, as far as what kind of response you'll get. So these cars that are, and I'm starting within the back, they're probably not rated as well, as far as to, you know, be strong racers. See, now that it's leveled out here a little bit,
8, 3.
it's pretty racy. Still haven't made the adjustments to fix that push out of turn 4.
30.5.
Handles really well. Oh, they're even scraping the wall. That's pretty cool.
Outside.
They'll wrecking themselves.
Clear. One outside at your
Use
door.
my momentum, go right by them.
Clear.
Yeah, those are lower rated cars. The fact that they kind of hug the bottom on the backstretch here, might be kind of weird. We saw that with the race line though. So possibly maybe a little bit more adjustment, I guess, to the race LP.
5 to go. 30.
5 to go. We're gonna ride this out. See how many more positions we can gain.
3.
Wow. I got it in there way too high.
Second. Caution's gonna be out. All the
Oh,
way to
turn
line.
3.
All the way to the line. You gotta wreck it. Down the back stretch.
Move to the bottom.
Inside.
Oh, yeah, so
Clear.
so the fact that in Air 2003 there is no rule, I guess, as far as to maintain position
Hit road close. Hit road
when the
close.
caution comes out. So of course they're still going to race you until you get to the stripe.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
All right, this is probably going to finish under caution.
35.10.1. Stay behind. 15.
That was pretty funny though, as far as they totally raced me against that, well, even though the caution was out. So that rule doesn't exist in Air 2003 where you have to maintain position when
Slow
the
down,
caution
Peter.
comes out.
Got the Peter fender on it.
No more racing when the caution's out. Unless it's with 10 or less to go. I think it is. The payback. Right? Yeah. That was pretty funny. I have to watch the replay on that. So I obviously got into the back of him. When he came back around me, he showed you his lack of appreciation for that. So all this damage that's on Derek Hope's car, that's me.
55.147.
So at least you're getting a little bit of feel, I guess, as far as how the frame rates. Got that up at the top. Oh, it's kind of cut off too. I guess I didn't notice that. It's staying. It's not dipping so low as far as to go into the red, and that's a good thing. Yeah, I just noticed that it's kind of cutting that off at the top. I try to fix that. Hey, how we doing there, Paul? Welcome on in. Happy New Year. Yes, Happy New Year to yourself. You have a bunch of streamers to visit? No problem. I appreciate you stopping by. Always enjoy visitors. How many more laps have we got? We have 3 to go. I was glad we were able to at least get that resolved out as far as getting the tractor load, I guess, with the new items. We got these placards on the fence. All the advertisements for and the markers for the countdown, I guess, as far as how you navigate to the corners.
1 minute 30.
Yeah, this is definitely going to finish under caution.
8.
Got that helicopter's kind of a little funky yet. Hovering right there, just for turn 1. So if nothing else, once finish this race out, I can go over to summarize some of the adjustments that'll need to be made. I'll leave it up to Torch, I guess, to make those appropriate adjustments. He's already aware of those, but just to kind of point out what we did come to find with the foam, like outside of turn 3. That geometric wall would need to come in to kind of close that gap on the back side of that foam. Last lap, okay. Yeah, chopper should be pretty easy, I guess, as far as just to adjust that ETA, the path file.
15.
So we got the lights for the pit entry light. Shows the caution as well as the fact that it's open. Green.
White flag, 1 to go at the line. 1 minute 35.64.
It's gonna try and adjust the screen because I know it's cutting off the top. Can't see the frames on that. Here, let me do this for a sec. Oh. Hold on a second. I'm gonna adjust this while I got it on here. Give me a second. Yeah, we'll be able to see what's going on with that next week there, George. I'll definitely check that out post stream, and we'll come to the conclusion. If there is any problems, as far as my initial testing off stream, then I'll definitely let you know so we can fix that. I'm gonna adjust this. Just a second here. Let me do. That is bugging me. That's cutting that top of that screen off. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Okay, this one right here. Won't fix that because that's bugging me. Let's go from the bottom. I don't want to do that. I might have to do that first. This. And then. Okay. Appreciate the patience, folks. I adjust that there. Now you can at least see the frame rates. Cool. Hope that'll work a little bit better then. That was bugging me. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna pause that. Whoa! Crap. Oh, I got a little too hard on the gas there. My bad.
6.
Probably didn't help it, whatever. I was in the middle of a turn, I guess, when I paused it.
Pass. 6.
I'm getting there.
Pass. 6. Slow down, Junior. Got the speed defender on it.
There we go. Cool. Now at least you can see the frame rates. And cool. That's much better. Checkered it is. Yeah, so at least the one thing I want to look at, I guess, as far as that adjustment to turn 3, as far as the foam, just to show what would need to be done to that. Torch already knows about it, like I said, but just to show how easy enough that is to fix. We'll show that post race here. And finished. Nice.
Checker flag. Checker flag right here. You've done a good job. Appreciate you working that hard there, Ian.
See ya. We want to be, You got a lot of skid marks all over the track there, I guess, as far as from the wrecks. Alright, so we should be in the very first pit stall on pit road.
Pit road speed 45. Need to amend that for 2500 second gear.
Close enough. Okay then. Let's take a look at that replay here. I'm just kind of curious here. You gotta check this out. So, how's that? That was around. That was that. And I got into him. That was already under caution, so I guess it was earlier than I thought. Yep, right there. That's where he got into me, actually. I think it was on the first lap, actually. Where'd I get into him? Right. First lap. Giving him plenty of room. And right there. Yep, that's why I got the payback. Yep, suppose I deserve that, but he got so, good grief, alright. I gotta do this. I need to... I need to remind myself of this one here, because this is pretty good. If that wasn't payback, I don't know what was. Roll that back again. Where did that start? Okay, here we go. That's where I got into him. The caution came out. And then he actually got into me on the caution. Alright, let me play this through. He's like, "Get into me, will you?" Look at that. Yep. That's total payback if I never saw one. Okay, so that was pretty cool. Alright, that's... highlight that part there. That's going to be a pretty nice clip. Okay, then. Cool. Alright, then. That was fun. So we still don't have a track windscreen, so it automatically just goes right out. Otherwise, it would go to whoever won the race. That still needs to be done yet. Okay, then. So let's go ahead and switch this back on. We're going to take a look at, like I said, let's kind of summarize what else still needs to be adjusted. Let's switch this back over. I'm gonna move some things back over here real quick, and we're just gonna kind of finish things up here. Oops. There we go. Alright, so for the most part, I guess we did add some new things that Torch had given us. It's got some more things yet that we'll show next week as far as with the stands. I'll get that all situated out for next week. Obviously, for the most part, we did do quite a bit of adjustment to cameras, but I think the results speak for themselves, I feel. I think it turned out pretty good, and that was well worth the time, I guess, to be able to do that. Alrighty then, so let's take a look while we're in Sandbox here. And just kind of give a clue, I guess, as far as what we need to adjust here. So all the other cameras seem good. I think the cameras are pretty well spot on. So as far as, even with the minimal adjustments to the two cams and the TV2 set there, I think it makes that set of cameras, I guess, pretty doggone good. So let's go over here to turn 3, and we're already in geometry view. So we'll kind of pan the camera. Yeah, we can close this out. We're all good to go on that. Oh, I still have this open here. We can close that up. So some of the changes that were applied there. Torch making some preliminary adjustments before creating that deal, I guess, for the... Oops, let's zoom in here. So if we look in here, over on turn 3, so we're all just kind of finish this up there as far as what we'll adjust. I'm sure Torch has probably already went ahead and done this, so we're going to totally go by whatever Torch has set this to. Let's see how we got just a little bit of gap on the geometric wall in the back side of the phone. Alright, and we notice this, it's evident in the sim itself, so obviously this needs a little bit of adjustment. So as opposed to adjusting the foam, making that thicker, that's already the proper size it needs to be. So it's just a matter of bringing that concrete wall in just a little bit as far as to get rid of that gap. So that's what we're going to do, just to kind of show this. We don't need to do anything as far as to unlock the geometry or anything to do this. Guess we shouldn't. So all we should need to do I want to make sure I've got the actual wall, concrete wall. There's the W section. That's the fencing. We'll probably need to adjust that a little bit too, just to kind of line it back up with the wall. Might have to zoom in here, yeah, so I can grab that. Oh, it's being super stubborn. Sometimes it'll do that. Come on now. Alright, which one do I get here? So we should have the fencing, the actual steel, which is geometric, and the concrete wall. We want to make sure we get the concrete wall. So that's the fencing. Don't want that. So another way we can go about this is just to go to the left. So you got plenty of maneuverability with your W section. So this one here is the safer. We don't want that. Go back to the right. So here's our concrete wall. That's what we want to be able to adjust. So now that we know which one it is, we can ensure that once we move this, hopefully it'll let me do this though. There's obviously a lot going on here. We got concrete wall, the fencing, and then the actual safer. We only really want to adjust the concrete, so that's why I'm going to bring this view up. And usually I'll do this on another monitor, so I might have to make this a little bit smaller. Let me try that. Let me change this view. A little bit smaller. There we go. There we go. Let's try and get this all in one screen here. Usually I do this on a separate monitor. Need to get this linear guide out of the way. So the way we want to adjust this is to grab. Might have to zoom this out to get it straightened out. Wow. The fact that it bends like that. Now don't be too concerned the fact that this is normal. You know what? And I forgot that this is one big segment. Okay. It's coming to me now. So this is all one big segment. Okay. Yikes. Okay, so this might even be a little bit tougher. Yeah, I forgot about that. This is all one big segment. Is that evident? Let me check this out. I guess it's probably why it's probably a good time to get to go over this. Is that evident all the way through? Because if it's evident all the way through, then it shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, so we got a gap all the way through this. Okay. Okay, fair enough. So we should be able to move that. Probably another one disadvantage against as far as having such a big W section here. Yeah, so in any case, even if you do zoom in on this, don't be too concerned with like that. Pay attention to what's going on in this view. And I know it's going to be hard for me to keep, what the heck? To keep both views on the same screen, unfortunately. What the heck did that just do? There we go. It'll work, you did it. I'm just trying to prove it to myself, I suppose. The fact that it's one segment makes it a little bit tougher, so yeah, I don't think I can get these both on the same screen. So I'm gonna put this on the other monitor. So all I'm doing is grabbing this right here. I know you're only gonna be able to see it. I'll show this here in a second. I'm gonna move this. Why is that not moving? Okay, maybe this is going to require me to... Did you have to unlock the geometry there, Torch? So I don't know if that X section is interfering with that. That was what I was wanted to test out here. Now it's not letting me select it again, you bugger. Come on now. I'm going to unlock the geometry just to be on the safe side of it. You didn't have to? I don't know. It's not letting me move it. That's why I'm wanting to try it for myself just to see what's going on. Use the one in turn 3? Okay. Instead of the one on turn 4, okay. This is one probably disadvantage of having a really big segment. Still doesn't take away from the fact don't try to split it. But this is what I wanted to try out, I guess, with this here, just to kind of show how somewhat aggravating it can be, just as far as to make an adjustment like that sometimes. So that's the F section. That is the... That's the fence, and there's the safer, okay. Steel, I should say. So there's our concrete wall. So you adjusted it this way. Okay, cool. Let me try that. So I'm adjusting it here on the turn 3 side. That's still not letting me move it. You sure you didn't have to unlock your geometry? That is not letting me move that. Try this here. Yeah, it's forcing me to have to unlock the geometry. Let me try that though. It's not letting me move that. This is why I wanted to try it, though, at least anyway. Yeah, that's the only way I was able to move is to unlock the geometry. Anyway, so there's more than one way you can go. If you were able to grab the fence and move that first, then that's probably one way. But I just unlocked the geometry. Now it's able to let me move any of this, as well as select it. All right, so that is the. I'm not saving this, so if you get it to work, that's all that matters. But for my purposes, it's forcing me to unlock the geometry. That's what I wanted to find out. So there's our concrete wall. Let's move the fence. Move our fence in a little bit. And then we can move our wall. Yeah, so I think the fact that the fence was, they were kind of close together. And you can't really snap the two walls together like you can other items, so it's just going to bump right up against it. Okay, so here's the camera view. This is what I've been able to do so far. Just like that, so I close that gap up there. And that was just by adjusting the turn 3 end of it, like Torch was mentioning. I might have went a little too far. Okay. So for my sake there, I went a little too far on this end. Move that back out. Okay. There we go. Hopefully you get the point at least anyway. Yep, so just closing that gap up for there. Noticing that that's the outside. Yeah, that outer ground. I guess that's clipping through the wall. This is what we see right here. That might need a little bit of adjustment possibly. We're not touching the foam, we're not doing anything like that, but now we need to move the fence back. So also what I'm thinking, what's probably gonna have to be done with this adjustment made, you have to redo this caution light, because that's gonna be closer. So the fact that there's still a gap here too, I guess it might not be as critical as long as we get this close in over here. So we might have to adjust this end of it, that segment as well, get rid of this gap. But then also what you got to take into consideration is this light. So that'll have to be adjusted too, so it's not poking through like that, because of how much it gets moved. So it's more than just the wall and the fence that you have to deal with, I guess is what I'm saying. Alright, so let's do this. Oops, why'd it put me there? I need to move that fence back just a little bit. A little too close to the edge of the concrete wall. Dang it, keep bringing up the wrong dang window. No, not that one. Need the fence. There we go. Bring that over this way a little bit. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, so something like that. So this end here, to correct that. So just to kind of give you an idea, but I think there does definitely need to be some adjustment to this outer ground. It's kind of clipping through the wall there. That's probably something else to take into consideration. It's not so much as bad here as it is right in this area. See that clipping through there. We got that piece of foam's kind of sticking through a little bit. Yeah, so there might be some things to consider, I guess, as far as like that. So not just the wall and the fence, but you also have to adjust maybe the safer a little bit, because it's clipping here just a tad. And also this caution light. There's many things, I guess, to take into consideration, I guess, as far as besides that. So also this got adjusted as far as that medallion. That'll have to be adjusted as well. So, yeah, so the fact that this is a 3D piece and not it's not part of the wall, those would have to be adjusted. This is kind of the thing I wanted to go over. So just because you're trying to adjust the wall to fix that gap, there's going to be other things that are going to be affected besides that. So those medallions and this light definitely do get affected as well. And in order to get some of the gap between the backside of the foam on this end, probably need to adjust the turn 4 end as well. Even though there's no camera shot or whatever there. Let's go to this end. I would still take the initiative, I guess, to adjust this as well. Come on. Why is that not letting me select it? It's a crap. Already unlocked the geometry. Alright, let's go this way. Why that's not letting me select that? There we go. Come on. Fence a little bit. See how that looks. A little better. Well, these are just minor tweaks. It's nothing really serious, I guess, as far as what would I don't know, maybe did I move that safer? I might have moved that safer. That's probably why it screwed up. So if you're only adjusting just the W section, so I might have moved it. Just got to be careful, I guess, as far as what you're selecting and moving. So the fact that it shouldn't have really even touched safer, as far as the way the orientation of the medallion. Because we're only trying to get the concrete wall, I guess, to better, yeah, get into the backside of the foam. So yeah, that might have been a boo-boo on my part, I guess, as far as to move the safer. So the safer might not be so much of an issue. That might be just a mistake on my part. But if anything, it goes to show you how careful you need to be as far as like to make sure you got the proper things selected. In some cases, you might need to unlock the geometry just to make sure you're able to get the parts that you need, and always pay attention to the properties here to make sure you're on the proper piece, because you can really screw some things up, and I think that's what I just did here with the safer. I threw this out of alignment here, so for my purposes here, if I wanted to, because of that happening, instead of trying to put it back to where it was, I would just start over. As far as to reopen the PTF and just start over again, because I didn't want to move this at all. I wanted to keep this right where it was. There was nothing wrong with that. But the fact that I am playing with the fence and the concrete wall would affect, like, say, this light, the way that clips into there, so that would have to be adjusted. So there are other things that get affected with the adjustment of the fence and the concrete wall is all. Anywho, that's kind of what I wanted to kind of show. So it's not just on the turn 3 end. We need to probably adjust also the turn 4 end to get some of the gap out of this here too. This is not too bad. I mean, there's a little bit of gap here. But again, you take into consideration, if you ever did want to, at some point, want to put a camera angle, I guess, as far as on that, that's why you would consider that. This looks pretty good right here. Yeah. Alright, cool. That's about all the rest of it. Oh, there's another jackpot. Nice. That's at least 3 for Torch. Got the main jackpot. Yeah, you got the main jackpot. I think you also got a couple. That's pretty cool. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't, yeah. I wouldn't make it wider. I wouldn't do that. No. Because it's already wide as it needs to be. Yeah, I don't think I would do that. I think the critical thing is, like I was saying, as far as just making sure that you have the proper W section selected. In this case, it would involve both the wire fence and the concrete wall, and not the safer. Obviously, I must have touched it, and obviously threw the medallions out of whack. So, yeah, as far as making it thicker, no, I wouldn't do that. Because then you'd have to go all the way around the whole entire track, I feel, to kind of balance it out. Maybe not the whole track, but a majority of the track to kind of smooth that out. I think it'd be just better, I guess, to move it as opposed to making that wall thicker. That's just my take on it. Yeah, so I must have moved that safer pretty good because all these medallions on this safer here, and this is a pretty big segment. They all got thrown out of whack. So I would, if I made this mistake, I guess as far as to make that, try to make that adjustment to that, I would start over. As far as to open up the PTF again, start from scratch. So, okay. Anywho, that's kind of what I wanted to show, and so that's probably a good thing to go over. There's pros and cons, I guess, to having a larger segment like this. Still comes down to that whole idea of I would not consider want to split this up. Just to be able to make adjustments like that, it's not a good idea. This track runs nice and smooth, like butter. I wouldn't want to compromise that. Just to kind of. Now, if it was creating a much bigger detriment, I guess as far as to, I don't know, I can't make a good example. You'd have to be a pretty good reason to want to have to split this segment up here, and that's not really a good reason, in my opinion. The number of segments that we have in here is making the track nice and optimal, and not to make it so compacted with the number of polys that are in the geometry, and it's going to allow more room to be able to add more detail to track library that we put around the track. So, and I think I've made that abundantly clear plenty of times, I guess, as far as when you're building a track, the track geometry in itself is going to have a ton of poly weight, as far as to it in its own right. So when you continue to split the track up smaller and smaller pieces, it tends to condense all that up there, and it's adding more poly weight to that, and it's going to reduce how much more detail that you can apply to other things around the track. So that's the one big takeaway, I guess, as far as applying these things. Hopefully that what comes to it makes sense, and you can use that, I guess, to your ability. As far as I had a lot of fun. I know it might have seemed a little bit boring, I guess, as far as some of the stuff that we didn't go over, but there's plenty of things to be able to showcase, I guess, as far as for next week. So I hope those that did stick around, I guess, for the end of this thing, you do find it interesting. I guess I want to check it out next week and see what we got going on here. We'll have at least the grandstand, the people in the grandstands to show. So that's going to be a huge additional amount of poly weighting to the track, as well as some more livery, some more visuals, I guess, to be able to apply that. So we'll be happy to showcase that, as well as any other new things. So we got potential light fixtures to be able to apply, animated screens, I guess, for the big hoss, just to name a couple things. So still plenty to do on the track, and it's just fine tuning it, just to kind of tweak it out, detail it, getting to the finish line, I guess, on this thing. So with all that being said, I think all I'm gonna do, it's been pretty quiet for the most part. It's been a chillax. I know it's the new year. A lot of people are probably out there recovering as far as from the New Year's festivities, possibly. And appreciate those that did stop by, see what we had going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday, our first one for the new year. Many more to come, I guess, as far as in this new year. And yeah, definitely feel free, I guess, to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. We'll be streaming again for next week, starting on Tuesday, for Trucking Tuesday. We're going to be finishing up the event that is delivering the gifts, I guess, as far as helping Santa out in the World of Trucks event in ATS. So So if you want to check that out on Tuesday, we'll be streaming for that on Tuesday. Also at Wreckfest Wednesday, we do stream a little bit of Wreckfest action. I don't know if there's going to be a new season. The way the pattern for the tournament aspect there of Wreckfest works, they tend to only have them for a month. So it'll be a month going into next week. So we'll see if possibly there is a new season introduced in the tournament aspect there of Wreckfest. If not, we'll be continuing the Banger Brawl for that. So if any of that necessarily does interest you, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on the channel and get the notification when the stream is live. And we'll be seeing you again real soon, I hope. Happy New Year's, everybody.
Seriously. Additional. Seriously.